It is 9:01 and it's time to get this party started. So I'm calling the meeting to order. To start with, we need to start with prayer. We had one scheduled and I don't see her. Helen Maxwell, are you here? John Bagnall, come forward, please, sir, and say the invocation for us, buddy. Stand as you're able, please.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for this opportunity to gather in freedom, and we thank you for all the blessings that you have bestowed upon this fine city and this whole area of West Texas. And please grant the wisdom to these people up here that they can make the right choices and direct this town and this area to go in the right direction. Again, we thank you for the wonderful, blessed rain that we received. We prayed for it, and you granted us this rain. And now we have the great responsibility of making the choices of what to do with it. And we ask that you be with these people as they go through that task today. We ask this in Jesus Christ's name and for his sake. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, John. And now it is time to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and assisting this morning will be Mr. Damian Herrera, who is 4 years old at Bowie Elementary and the son of Ashley Herrera, an employee of the city of San Angelo. So help Damon and I with the pledge. Ready, buddy?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's go to Texas. You play honor to us, Lord.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Great job.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. We do have a couple of proclamations today. One of the proclamations was supposed to have been read last week, and Donna Fowler didn't know it, so she didn't show up, so we just held it back. So I would like to read this proclamation today. This is to the San Angelo Community Band. Come forward, Donna, and the others. Y'all come up as well. We have Dr. Constance Kelly, which is the director at ASU, and Jack Poole, who is a percussionist and a drummer, I suppose, in the community band. And, of course, Donna Fowler has played the trumpet in the community band in Lakeview High School. And let's read this proclamation. The San Angelo Community Band was established in 1988 with the inaugural Memorial Day concert performed in 1989, and with the continued sponsorship and support of the City of San Angelo through Winston McInnes, former Recreation Department manager. Concerts were performed at the Bill Ayler Memorial River Stage, followed by concerts at the El Paseo de Santiago Pavilion, and presently at Sierra Methodist Church Activity Center at 4522 College Hills, where all 2014 concerts will be presented, with the exception of the July 3rd Symphony Pops, which will be at the River Stage. The San Angelo Community Band was established by Harris Brinson, the former Angelo State Director of Bands and now Emeritus, and other former musicians, of which 6 still remain members since its inception in 1989. Mr. Brinson will return as the guest director for one of the favorite pieces in the Silver Grand Anniversary concert performance August 4th, and the band's logo designed by Mr. Brinson, an S for the treble clef, followed by the letter notes AC and A, ACB, thus SACB for San Angelo Community Band. 3 other directors have followed since Mr. Brinson's retirement, and presently the board of directors approved by Dr. Constance Kelly, assistant professor of music, Angelo State University, to direct the community band. And the band's mission statement reveals a thoughtful commitment to foster and promote the concept of the adult community concert band, to musically engender pride in our nation and affirm the community as a major source of America's strength, to broaden the community band's position in American music, and to assist musical learning of members and audience. Now, therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the 3rd of June, 2014, as Silver Anniversary Concert Session, and urge all citizens to support the combined effort of this nonprofit organization, and welcomes any and all contributions to its efforts to accomplish its mission. Ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now you get my
Thank you for this, Mayor. And by the way, he speaks so well, I think he could come back and play his trumpet with us, don't you think? Yeah. Thank you.
I play in the key of 12. Is that all right?
Sometimes we do as well. I just wanted to thank the mayor and the city council for its support since 1988. We started our Constitution and bylaws with Winston McGinnis down at the Recreation Department building, which used to be a fire station, I think. Without this support, we wouldn't probably as successful as we are. Another big source of our support has been from Angelo State University. And Mr. Brinson, of course, was the director of bands there at the time. He established the community band. So they have supported us all through these years, 25 silver anniversary years. I was just teasing that the director this year is going to be passing out diamonds at the end, silver anniversary. They might be fake, I don't know. The other thing is I had a couple of show and tells because I know that all of us that play in the band are citizens of our community. And we play for the citizens of San Angelo. So I know that there are former band people sitting right here looking at me, right? Some of you? And we would encourage you to come play. In the back of our program, someone said, just dust off your instrument and come on back and sit in a chair. And it all comes back to you, like Dr. Kelly just said a few minutes ago here sitting, that it's just like riding a bicycle. You get back on it, oh yeah, I remember how to do this. And our band is very, we wrap our arms around you, and Dr. Kelly has brought a new energy to our band, and we're so thrilled to have our silver anniversary with her under her direction. I would like to also invite you to come to our next concert. We had a big concert Memorial Day. I'm sorry you missed it, but we can do it again next year, okay? June the 16th, and that will be at Sierra Vista Methodist Church. We're going to have some special events, performers during our concerts, and this time we're going to kind of feature a vocalist accompanied by the band on a couple of Aaron Copland pieces. If you like an American composer, we can do it for you. One thing I wanted to mention to you too, and some of you might know it and some of you might not. If you just sit in the audience, you don't realize what goes on in the band, but you do, don't you? I do. There's a lot of activity around you. We had, when we were at the River Stage, we had a rain shower come up, and the audience was, getting drenched. We invited them to come up on the stage with us, and they sat among us, and they said, "Holy cow, we didn't realize there was this much going on up here." So come join us, sit near us, sit far back, whatever, and listen to us. And we appreciate your support as an audience, the city's support, Angelo State's support, and we thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
And we can take a picture. Come here, let's take a picture. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Jenny Wilson, are you here? Good morning, ma'am.
Nathan.
I'm very well.
Good to see you.
Same here.
This is Jenny Savant. Nice to meet you.
This is another proclamation, and this is for the just one day. It's a National No-Kill Day, so please allow me to read this proclamation, and I'll present it to Jenny. The proclamation is that dogs, cats, and other animal companions are considered cherished members of our families, and the no-kill movement in the United States has successfully implemented new and innovative programs that provide alternatives to mass killings. And life-saving change will come about only if no-kill programs are embraced and further developed. And June 11 is a national day of no-kill across the country where hundreds and hopefully thousands of shelters and rescue groups will join together to create the safest day for shelter animals in the U.S. history. Now therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby declare the 11th day of June, 2014, as no kill in San Angelo, Texas, and urge all citizens to support this committed effort. It is incumbent upon all shelters and animal groups in our community to embrace the National Day of No Kill and work to create a no-kill San Angelo, Texas, even if it is for just one day. Because if we can do it on June 11, we can also do it on June 12 for just another day. Jenny?
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I just want to thank everyone, City Council, Ms. Ramirez, Mayor Morrison, for recognizing this day with us. This is the first time that San Angelo has recognized this in such a way. It is a national day, a day to recognize that we kill far too many companion animals. Millions are killed nationwide. San Angelo kills over 9,000 every year. It's too many, and there are better alternatives. And so I'm so excited that the city has partnered with Paws for this day to put the needle down and to see what we can do with adoption incentives. We will be showcasing some pets, shelter pets at our adoption center at Sunset Mall. I've talked to Julie Vrana with the City of San Angelo Animal Shelter, and she too is going to, of course, put the needle down for the day and have some adoption incentives and see how many we can actually adopt out instead of kill. And like Dwayne Morrison just said, if we can do it on June 11th, we can do it on June 12th and the 13th, and hopefully Sunday, every day here in San Angelo. So thank you so much. Jody?
I just want to take a quick moment to thank the council for making this first step on behalf of all the many animals that we have in our county. They thank you as well, because this is one step forward and in saving as many lives as we possibly can. We thank you for this proclamation, and we thank you for your time today as well.
Let's take a picture. All right. All right. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Very much. Thank you. Good to see you, girl. All right. We do have a recognition. Morgan? Yeah, you're good. Okay. The City of San Angelo Finance Budget Division for receiving the Government Finance Officers Association GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, to be accepted by Budget Manager Morgan Chagwin and Senior Budget Analyst Jeremy Miller. And I know I butchered your name, and I apologize once again. Morgan, for doing more, doing it better, and exceeding our expectations, your high standards inspire us all.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I appreciate you. I absolutely want to thank the mayor and the council for their support and their recognition of this award. I certainly want to thank Jeremy Miller through his diligence of putting this item together. And I want you all to know that this means that the budget document that we have presented for 2014 is something that our citizens can be proud of. This is something that our peers and colleagues have reviewed and said that it meets or exceeds the criteria set forth by best practices standards. So we're more than pleased to continue to receive this award, and very proud that we can deliver this kind of budget document to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. You have anything to say, buddy? Let's take a picture of it.
Nathan.
Thank you all very much. And I have one more recognition that I would like to make, and I'm going to piggyback on John Begnaud and his invocation. This rain we got on Memorial Day was not a normal rain. We've been begging God for the last couple of years to send us rain, and Memorial Day He sent it, and He sent it 3 nights in a row. And He sent rain that not only covered us, but covered our entire watershed area. This was not a normal rain. This was a divine rain. And in the Morrison household, we're saying in the name of Jesus, thank you, Lord. And I would encourage everyone in this city to say thank you, Lord, for what He has given us, because this was a divine rain and we need to recognize Him. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord.
All right, we have now moved in our agenda to the public comment arena. Let me read the logistics, the legalities of this, and then we will take public comment. The council takes public comment on all items in the regular agenda. Public input on the regular agenda item will be taken at its appropriate discussion. Public input on an item not on the agenda or consent agenda may be identified and requested for consideration by the council at this time. The council may request an item to be placed on a future agenda or for a consent agenda item to be moved to the regular agenda for public comment. On public hearing items, public input will be received on each item immediately following the council discussion and prior to any action on the item. Each member of the public shall make the remarks from the podium and begin by stating their name. Remarks by each citizen will be limited to 3 to 5 minutes unless waived by a council member for all speaking on that matter. No individual will be allowed to speak more than once on any subject until every citizen wishing to comment has done so. So we're going to start with the public. This is the public comment area. This is where you line up and you pro or con. If you want to compliment us or blast us or whatever, this is your opportunity. If there's something on the consent agenda you want moved, if there is an item that you want to be considered at a later date, this is your opportunity. Form a line. We're ready. Come ahead, sir. I'll ask you to state your name for the record, and then you've got 3 to 5 minutes, sir.
My name is John Cross. I'm President and CEO of Lone Star Beef. We're a major employer here in San Angelo. We employ over 500 people out on North Bell Street. A lot of people don't know where we're at. Dwayne does.
I know where you are.
And
I know where you are.
My reason today to come is San Angelo is really short of people, workers. Our plant alone is short 30, 35 people to fill our needs to keep expanding. Several years ago, we employed about 300 people, so we have constantly grown. So my suggestion, and I talked to Dwayne, is there some possibility of taking the economic board, whose chore years ago was set up to bring business to San Angelo and grow the city? All right. Now, the city has jobs. We have, between their efforts and the oil companies that have come into this city, I can assure you if we brought 2,500 semi-skilled and skilled people into this city, they could all get a job in a heartbeat. If you look, there's healthcare jobs, there's oil field jobs, there's trucking jobs, there's welding jobs, there's maintenance jobs, and we have packing house jobs, of which have some accounting, some maintenance, and working in the plant. So my idea is, can we take some of the funds from the economic board, instead of looking for companies to come here, and most of those companies have always been offered $2,500 to $3,500 per job if you come into the city and have some criteria to it. But could some of that money now go out to fill the jobs in this city that we have? I know there's 3 or 4 or 5 new hotels going up. There's 250 jobs are going to be absorbed here again. The oil companies aren't in the city. Most of them have moved out on the highway. But within those people are living in San Angelo and spending their tax dollars here. So between it and maybe the chamber, our company be willing to work in it, and I'm sure there's plenty of others. Could there be some type of promotion put together? Maybe get with Drew Darby. You know, the state of Texas, the governor has been out growing the state. But we need people here. We need people for healthcare jobs and all these oil field jobs. So again, I'm just trying to throw out an idea. Could somebody take it forward? Could we do some kind of a promotion for San Angelo, Texas that highlights what we have here? We're almost 100,000 people. And then within it, could it go to a website? And within that website, which still could be Go San Angelo, here's all the jobs that are available here in San Angelo. Here's all the rental property or real estate companies. So again, if you're reaching out 1,000 miles, 800 miles, but then also could we come up with a voucher system? If somebody moves here, takes a job, stays 30 days, they get a $500 voucher or I'm just throwing out a number, but it's the reverse of bringing in companies to ask them to hire people of getting $2,500 to $3,500 a job. So anyway, that's my presentation this morning, and I'll be willing to help. Any of our employment people will be glad to help. But anyway, that's what I'd like to present today.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
That's a new idea, and that's where good ideas come from, is from the people. And you've got the city manager here that heard you. Phil Neighbors is back there. He heard you. And there's a lot of other people that heard you. Thank you, John. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Anyone else care to approach the council at this time? This is your opportunity. Going once, going twice. All right, council, it is now your turn. Is there anyone on the council that has anything that they want to comment or anything you want to pull? I do have one item here that I must pull. Let me do this first. Item number 12 on the consent agenda, it's up for a second reading. We voted this down last meeting, so number 12 should not be on our consent agenda. This has already been dealt with. So I am pulling number 12 from the agenda. Is there anyone else from the council that would like to make a comment or would like to pull anything or move it? Johnny, I see you.
Yes, sir.
Rodney, I see you. I see all. Let's just start with you, Elizabeth.
Item number 3, trench repair.
Okay, number 3 you want to pull for the regular?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Item 4.
Item 4, pull to regular. Charlotte?
Item 8, and I have a comment that I'd like to make during comments time.
Okay. John?
I don't want to pull anything, but I do have a comment.
Okay. Marty, do you have anything you want to pull?
No, sir.
Mr. Fleming?
I have a comment. I'll wait my turn.
Well, let's start with comments then. So we are now pulling, and just to keep things going, I'm going to pull number 9, and I'm going to pull number 5. So I guess we won't have we're not going to have much of a consent agenda this time. So we are pulling number 3, number 4, number 5, number 8, and number 9 from the consent, and then we have taken one of them, that was number 12, out. Oh, I also want to pull number 13. I don't have much on it. I've just done this for spite, but I want to pull 13 as well. Okay, you had a comment,
Do you want me
Charlotte?
to pull for spite too?
No, I'm the
Okay.
only one that gets to
Okay.
pull for spite.
Okay.
I have 2 comments that I'd like to make. First comment is to the council. I'm going to beg that you listen and take heed here. I had to listen to our last council meeting for some information that I missed during the council meeting, so I had to listen to it. And guys, we really kind of talked over one another and jumped in and interrupted and weren't recognized, and it really was difficult watching it to see who was on first. So I'm asking myself and the rest of us to be a little more cautious and careful there, and a little more proper procedure would be necessary, I think. The other comment that I have is in past years and as well as this year, I have made some comments that I want to correct because my comments were wrong. I have been doing a tremendous amount of reading on water and all the various reports that have been done out there over the years, and I'm not talking about just the last 10 years. I've gone back to the 1900s, and I've read a lot of material in city council meetings over the last 90 years, it seems like, and I made the statement that I'm tired of nobody ever doing anything. We never do anything, all we do is talk, and that's not true. It's a disservice to the rest of our council members in years past and committees who have worked very hard and very diligently on water and made a lot of reports. It's up to us in the future, from us, but now, this future, to read those reports and to educate ourselves on the work that has been done so that we do not repeat the same old work over and over. We need to learn from those reports. So I want to apologize to committees and council members before. There has been a lot done, especially since the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s. It has taken from the 70s for the Hickory to come onto play, which will be this year. That is doing something. So I do apologize, and I stand corrected that we just need to educate ourselves on work that has been done out there.
Thank you. Johnny?
Mayor, I received a call late last night, and I apologize to Rodney because I didn't get to share it with him. It's a gentleman that lives out in Bentwood. They opened up that new road, North Bentwood, is it called? And the concern that he expressed was there is no speed limit sign, so cars are traveling 50 and 60 miles an hour to get to the loop. So just wanted to throw that out there, that maybe we need to put something up there, Shane, and and prevent an accident or something, somebody getting run over from happening. So just want to throw that out.
Rodney?
Couple things. One, this one's for Shane also. The washout down on the river between the Beauregard and Chadburn Bridges on the trails, we're working on that. That's in line, right? Yes, the hike and bike trails. They washed out real bad there, and I've had a couple of residents that have called me and asked me to make sure and check on that. The second thing is a procedural item, and it's coming for how we post things to this agenda. I want this to be real clear and understand how we post things. Last Thursday, I asked for an item to be posted on the agenda in open meeting, and I was told it was going to be on open meeting. It was placed on open meeting on Thursday. On Friday, I didn't get they redid the agenda on Friday, and I got it at 15 or 20 till 5, and my item was not in open meeting. And it's an executive meeting. I want to be clear on how can I be overridden on this. If I place something on the agenda and ask it to be an open meeting, and I'm not called, no one told me, no one said anything to me, when I called up here to ask, I'm not going to point fingers right now, but when I called up here to ask where the person was that overrode this, they were gone. They called me back after 5:30. I was busy, but it was too late at that point. Can somebody explain that to me?
I had called to explain to you, and I would have preferred that you would talk to me one-on-one, and I could have addressed this a little bit better for you. This item was discussed in executive session with COSA DC. As far as an item coming to the City Council from COSA DC should go straight to City Council as far as the agenda, as far as executive session. It was an item, again, that for some reason came out of executive session and went straight to you. I would have preferred that it would have been in executive session here as well. And there's another reason as well, but I'll discuss that with you later.
We're going to talk about that item in an executive session, but this is what the public sees. The public sees that we're talking about all these things in executive session when we don't need to be talking about them in executive session. We need to talk to them in public about this. After we talk about the item that we were talking about in executive today, when we come back, I'm going to, forewarning, I'm going to tell everybody what's going on with this. I'm going to tell them the whole story of what happened, and it ain't going to be pretty.
Well, that's your prerogative.
It is my prerogative.
That's your prerogative.
But this is the question, or the problem I have, Daniel, is that you didn't call me and tell me you took it off, and you put it in executive, and you were the one that did that.
It wasn't me.
I know.
I'm not going to deny it.
And what I have a problem here is, as a flow chart on how this council works for the city, our bosses, my boss, I only have one boss, and it's the public. Then you have 7 bosses. I'm one of your 7 bosses. I don't understand how you can override me on that and change that without talking to me about that. And I'm trying to stay calm on this, and I'm trying to get this, because Winky had the same problem, and now I'm seeing it from Winky's point of view on this. This is the same thing that happened.
It wasn't the same thing.
Yes.
Well,
it's an item that did not have to be an executive session, and what I want to make sure of from now on, can you tell me that if I bring up another item, or if another council member brings up an item, do you have free reign to override what we put on there?
Rules of procedures states the council has the right to put any item on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay? And it's on the agenda.
No.
The issue here, though, is it's actually twofold. And again, I called you yesterday too, left a message for you because I want to talk to you about this as well. You didn't call me back. There is another.
You didn't give me the respect of calling me to tell me you take it off of it. I'm not going to give you the respect of answering your phone call.
Let's end this right now. We're going to
that's
talk
a good
about
idea.
this in executive. This is something we can deal with. But I would like to add, Rodney, and this is a follow-up in administrative items. Item number 30, consideration of and possible action on matters discussed in executive closed session if needed. So on every agenda, even if we discuss it in executive, there is always a follow-up that we can discuss anything we discussed in executive in open session. And all it has to do is for someone on the council to ask that it be discussed. So it's covered.
Yeah, but Dwayne, the problem I have is that
I understand.
Opening it up to the public. This was something that was just that should have been discussed before the public. It was an easy thing.
We can still discuss it before the public, but we'll do it at the end of the agenda instead of the first.
Thank you.
But I think we need to talk about this in executive. Anyone else have a comment or anything? Then I have my one comment. And Charlotte beat me to it because I too watched the meeting last week and I was not happy with it. We were very unprofessional. We blurted out as a council. We talked over each other as a council. We talked over staff. And that's not the way things are going to be done. We are going to do things decently and we're going to do them in order. And we're going to be professional and we're going to talk one at a time. And I will take the blame for this because it is the mayor's responsibility to run these meetings, and I was lax in my discipline. So I'm responsible for last meeting, but I'm not going to be responsible anymore. So, before anyone on this council speaks, you will get my attention, and I will tell you when to speak. I don't care if you throw something at me, call me Dwayne, call me mayor, call me fathead, call me anything you want to, but get my attention before you speak, and let me line a queue, and I will let people speak. And I promise, each and every person on this council will get to say everything they want to say. No one will be shorted. Staff will get to say everything they want to say. They will not be shorted. The public will get to say everything they want to say. They will not be shorted. But it's going to be done decently. It's going to be done professionally. It's going to be done in order. And we are not going to have this, we're not going to have the chaos we had last time. That's embarrassing to me. So, any problems on the right wing with this? Any problems on the left wing? Any problems from staff?
No problems at all, Mayor.
Any problems from the
Moving
public? Then we're going to follow procedures on this because it is my responsibility and I don't want to be embarrassed again. Let's move on now to the consent agenda. Not much of the consent agenda to approve, but we do have items number 1, number 2, number 6, number 7, number 10, number 11, and number 12. And I will entertain a motion to approve these.
No, we don't have number 12.
We did, yeah, and I pulled that on the other agenda and forgot to pull it on this one. Just subtract number 12 from that list I just made. Would somebody give me a motion to
I'll
approve?
move that we approve the consent agenda with all the items you listed.
Second.
I do have a motion by John. I will take Don's second on this. Any further council consideration? Anything from the public need to be said on the consent agenda? If not, all in favor of approval say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on it. Let's drop back now to number 3. And you pull this one, Elizabeth?
Yes, I'll be very.
Let me read it, and
Okay.
then you can speak to it. Consideration of awarding WU 0114 trench repair to CM Construction Company of San Angelo for a period of 16 months in the amount of $1,365,131.85 for the repair of city streets and alleys due to operation and maintenance of water distribution and wastewater collection systems, authorizing city manager to execute said contract documents. Your floor, Ms. Grindstaff.
Kevin, I've probably heard more complaints about trench repair in the past from both the public in the time it took to repair problems in the streets by the contractor, as well as staff being frustrated by the condition of the streets after a repair was done. And so, because this is on this agenda, I just want to make sure that Mr. Dixon, Mr. Kelton, and you are completely satisfied that any problems that existed in the past have been addressed in this contract, and that you and the public will be satisfied with it as we move forward.
Yes, we've actually made some changes in the time that's allowed for repairs to be made. So yes, we're very confident in this package.
And can you tell us what that is?
I believe we're requiring the at least temporary asphalt within 24 hours or 48 hours. I can't remember exactly, but somewhere in that time frame.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Ms. Farmer?
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Farmer.
Yes, on item number 3, it says trench repair. Where's the money coming from? What category to pay for this?
That comes from our water and wastewater operating budget money.
But it doesn't come out of stormwater?
No.
It's just water and wastewater?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other comments from council? John?
Mayor, Kevin, I think the only comment I have in reading the item for the repair of city streets, I mean, I'm looking in the background, there's no list of what city streets you're talking about or alleys. So if I'm the public, and is there a list out there? Or
These are small repairs that occur when we have water leaks or service lines, or newly installed service lines are put on the mains. So these occur all over the city. There's really no way to list where the repairs will be made. it's on an as-needed basis.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? You want to?
No, it's just this has such an impact because this is why the streets are patchworked. And so if there's a long time before the patch is made, then you have other problems associated with it. So this really generates a lot of calls, I think, to the city. So I'm glad that you've had a chance to revise this.
If you're satisfied, would you?
I'm quite satisfied. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Do have a motion to approve. I do have a second. Any comment? Public comment on this? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? 7-0. Number 4, I think this was yours, Don?
Yes, sir.
Number 4 is consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing city manager to execute an airport lease and license agreement and related documents with Mathis Field Cafe Incorporated, leasee of certain floor space in the terminal building located at 8618 Terminal Circle Road, San Angelo Regional Airport, Mathis Field, for purposes of selling and serving food and non-alcoholic beverages and related use. Don?
Lou,
morning.
Morning, Lou. I was just curious about why such an increase. It seemed like a pretty hefty increase on there, and I know that it's really important out there to have a good restaurant, and we have one.
We're following our schedule of rates and charges. We're staying consistent throughout. Mathis Field Cafe had a different rate from an old lease. Now we're just staying consistent with the schedule of rates and charges.
So it's just an update of something that they already knew was coming?
Yes.
Okay. Move for approval.
Second.
Do have a motion to approve. I do have a second. Any further discussion? John?
Lou, I was out there, had lunch out there last week, and I know that Rose told me that she had some water damage out there. Part of the renovation happening to the airport, does it include maybe helping her? I think they had water leaks or something. I didn't know how far.
We're working the water leaks through our insurance companies. Those happened due to the heavy rains and the hail damage that we received last month also.
Okay, so there is help for her.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any further comment? Public comment on this? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Drop a 7-0 on that one. Number 5, stay where you are, please, Mr. Lou. Consider, this is mine, I pulled it, consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an airport lease and license agreement and related documents with Skyline Flight Services Incorporated as leasee of a certain hangar facility located at 8534 Hangar Road, San Angelo Regional Airport, Mathis Field, for use in lessee's aeronautical business for parking and storage of aircraft. I just have a few questions.
Yes.
My appointee to the airport board he's very good, and he discusses things with me. In fact, he called a special meeting with me last week with some questions that he has over some of these hangars out here. I just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
That are concerns of his, and because they are concerns of his, they are very much concerns of mine.
Okay.
We depend upon our board members greatly. He's concerned about the leases that have expired and have not been renegotiated. He says there's several of them that have expired and have not been renegotiated, number 1. Number 2, he's very concerned about the delay to the lease to the GTE hangar to Skyline Flight, that this has been long overdue in his opinion. We are losing many, many thousands of dollars of revenue. Would you please address that, sir?
Sure. Number 1, we're working on all of them. I think we're almost caught up. We have one staff person working on them.
How long have they been? How many? Are there any of them that are several months due?
Yeah, Mathis Field was one of them, the one that you just voted on. So we're working on them constantly. Number 2, the Skyline lease is before you. This is the month-to-month lease. We will have an RFP out to address the whole hangar and the whole facility. But this is the month-to-month lease for Skyline.
Okay, and he also felt that maybe with the fire marshal that maybe we could do something with these other hangars out there. I know we can't work in them, but maybe for understand that the hailstorm had a huge hangar there, people trying to get the airplanes in to protect them, had a couple airplanes right in the front door that couldn't move. So is there any way we can coordinate just to be good citizens?
We allowed the movement of aircraft into this particular hangar, and we didn't have aircraft there. They were moving them while the hail was falling, though. So some aircraft did get damaged, and this is the lease, again, for Skyline Aviation, for the month-to-month only.
Okay. Well, I'll pass this on to my board member, but he may have other questions for us in the future, Lou. So,
sure.
But I'm listening to this man. He's really working for me. I will make a motion to approve this.
Second.
Do I have a motion? I do have a second. Further council consideration? Do I have a comment from the public? All in favor of this, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Let's put a 7-0 on that. Thank you, Lou. Number 8 has been pulled. Who pulled this one?
I did.
Charlotte pulled it. Consideration of approving the Public Art Commission's recommendation to relocate the rebirth of an old friend, Buffalo Wallow, from its current location to another closer to Oak Street and the Ralph Chase State Office Complex. You have the floor, ma'am.
Yes, I read your memo to us, very lengthy, very detailed, as you always are, and I appreciate that. But the few little bugs that were in the memo as to who was actually going to move it and what the cost would be, have we finalized that down? Do you know yet?
Well, it depends on what goes back in, which we recommend that the pavers should go back in. I think that the cost is about $14,000. We'd add a couple of $1,000s to that if irrigation and lighting is added at the new location. But in terms of the cost, that would all be covered by the groups that have supported the move. So the city wouldn't have to pay. The city is being asked to provide in-kind labor and equipment use to do the move. So the cost is probably between $14,000 and $16,000, not counting the in-kind support.
And it'll be city employees that actually moves the art?
Yes.
And take that responsibility? I wanted to know that. And I have one quick comment.
As well as volunteers.
Okay, and I move to approve, now that you've answered my questions, but I have one quick comment about the arts. There seemed to be some confusion out there, my vote last meeting, that I did not support the arts, and that could not be further from the truth. I highly support the arts group and all that it does and what it brings to San Angelo. My vote was not against the arts. My vote was I did not want to leave the percentage that they received in hot money at the 5% because I felt like it was short-term funds and we needed to make up some deficits at the fort and other places, but I do support the arts. And I want to make that very clear. I had a couple of phone calls that very irate with me because I was not supporting the arts. So move to approve this item.
Second the motion.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Further, Rodney?
Is the $14,000, that's what comes out of the city?
No, sir. It would, the volunteer groups, the Southside Lions Club and the Republic of Texas Independence Organization.
So what would you estimate the cost being to the city?
The in-kind support, which, Angelica, do you remember? About $2,000.
Okay, that's it.
Further comment? Public comment? I do have a motion. I do have a second to approve this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Put a 7-0 on that one. Number 9. I pulled this one as well. Second hearing, consideration of adopting an ordinance regarding nuisance light on residential properties. This is a second reading. And I got a letter from Lee Pfluger, who is the one that runs the Concho Christmas Light Celebration. And I know that we had a 14-day before a holiday and a 45-day before a holiday and 14 after. But we did not specifically exempt the Christmas Concho lights. And under our ordinance, if we don't specifically exempt them, our Concho lights is in violation of the ordinance.
They could, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
They could be, of course, it's based on complaints.
It wouldn't take but one person to make a complaint, and there's people all over this country who's trying to take away the commandments. They're trying to take away nativity scenes. They're trying to take away anything that has to deal with anything Christianity and Christmas. So I don't think a complaint would be hard to come by.
But we could also come to council and exempt that particular event specifically at a later date.
I'd like to be exempt before we vote on this thing. And I also have another problem, and Gary Cortez brought this up last time. And he's building houses and putting these lights on the houses. They're not shielded. And according to this ordinance, they're illegal. And that is not fair to make an ordinance for people that's bought houses that have been built by the builders and then all of a sudden be in violation of the ordinance. And I know that it only takes one, that we work on a complaint basis, but one complaint, and we've got an entire subdivision that's in problem. I'm not ready to vote on this thing yet because I don't think the bugs have been worked out.
I think, though, if you read the agenda item from before, there was a calculation or a level, and it was my friend next to me that mentioned just seeing the light bulb and being simplistic. If we go back to what staff recommended in the measurement of light, it's different than seeing the bulb, and then the lights that have been placed on all these homes are fine. We overcomplicated it ourselves, my dear friend here, not meaning to simplify.
That's correct.
But I don't want to create, and I know it takes 2 readings to make an ordinance, it takes 2 readings to amend an ordinance, it takes 2 readings to kill an ordinance. So I know all of this. We can change it, we can tweak it. But why would we want to put an ordinance out there for the people to be burdened with that's not right to start with? Why don't we get this thing right, and then let's approve it? And I'm not ready to approve it. Rodney?
Can we, Liz said it perfectly. Can we just not right now say that and go and do another reading after that and go back to the way you said, the way you recommended to begin with, is the measurement of the light, not a visual sight of the light, correct?
That's correct. That's an option. We can certainly go back to that if you'd like.
Well,
with the light meter.
Yes, and that's what you had recommended, correct?
Well, originally, the original thought was the light meter, but the recommendation was make it simple, which is you stand at the property line that's being affected, and you look up. If it's not being shielded, it's affecting you, you make them shielded. It's a trespass at that point. They don't have the right to, to trespass on your property, and that's why we made it simple.
Yeah.
And still, I mean, those lights you're talking about, Mayor, can be shielded, or they could be lowered down so they don't, bother the neighbors across the street. I mean, it's that simple. No one has the right to trespass on somebody else's property.
I agree, but in the ordinance, section 8-1205, it says the luminaire onto another property or the public right-of-way under circumstances where the light source, in parentheses, light bulb, is visible. And I don't like that statement.
Yeah.
Because that could affect hundreds of citizens. If the light bulb is visible by ordinance, they could be in violation. So, I'd like to say keep the light on your own property. I have no problem with that. I can understand shield the bulb if it's off of your property. I don't have a problem with that. But when we say that if you can see the light source, the light bulb, we're in violation, that's not right. And I'm not going to vote for it.
Well, if it's shielded correctly, you won't see the light bulb. And that's the bottom line.
Well,
that's what other cities do.
Done.
The ordinance, the way it was before, for the same thing that you're talking about, would still be in violation. Because light meter, no light meter, if the light's shining where you're talking about, it would be in violation if it was bright enough to be obstructive, obtrusive, however you want to phrase that. But the bottom line is, I understand what you're saying, but I still think we need to keep it simple for enforcement reasons and for our public being able to understand what the ordinance actually is going for.
We could also take out the verbiage that says in the right-of-way, and specifically mention the affected properties only.
I mean,
this way you can protect the street. And I think that's their intent.
And I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem with it says that the light source, light bulb, is visible. Because that means if you've got a light bulb visible driving down the street, they are in violation of this ordinance. That's what the ordinance says, and I don't like that. Is that what it says, Daniel?
That's what it says. It does.
It says if a light bulb is visible, they are in violation of the ordinance, and that is not good. That's not good law. I don't want that in there. And I do want an exemption.
That would be a very bright light. If it's a light bulb that's shining so bright into somebody's property.
That's not what it says, though, Robert. It says that the light source, light bulb of the luminaire is visible from such other property or the public right-of-way. It is a violation of the outdoor lighting standard.
Okay.
So if you see a light bulb, if I can drive down the road and see a light bulb shining, that house is in violation of this ordinance according to section 8-1205.
If it's bright enough and it's bothering the neighbor.
That's not what it says, my friend. It says if it is visible from other property or the public right-of-way. Read section 8-1205. That's what it says.
I understand that, sir, and I agree with you. I'm just trying to.
Then we need to change it.
Can we strike it?
I'm in favor of striking. I'm in favor of striking 8-1205 or coming back with some more language that makes it sensible. Okay. And if you want to come back with more language and make it sensible, I don't have a problem with that. But I want to vote against this because that is bad law. Johnny?
May I? Oh, Mayor.
Johnny?
No, I just wanted to add that, yeah, I agree with keeping it simple, and I agree with what you're saying, because we're overcomplicating this thing. 'Cause otherwise, we're going to have to go back to Lowe's or Home Depot. That's the way they sell them. You know, that's the way they're made. So keeping it simple, and I totally agree with you, is what we're trying to do here, Bob. So.
Well, that's what I was trying to do with the light bulb too. If it's shielded, you're not going to see the light bulb, therefore you're good. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to enforce shielding.
That's all right. The biggest thing, I just don't want us to drop this. You know, I kind of pushed this along to get it to this point. I just don't want to drop it. I want to make sure if we need to change the language a little bit, let's change the language a little bit and bring it back the next time and get it done. But we got to do it.
We could do that.
I just want to make sure that we don't drop the ball on this and we move forward on this thing. Okay?
And I agree. Ms. Bowling?
Thank you, Mayor. Council, good morning. We'll be very happy to look at the suggested changes and work with Mr. Salas and Mr. Flores. I was going to suggest with regard to the exemption, perhaps we could come up with an objective city event type of exemption that would address that there are lights at that city event, so that it may not be necessarily Christmas related but it would make, we could put that exemption in the ordinance, so we wouldn't have to come to council for a variance.
Thank you.
And,
Elizabeth?
okay.
I would vote for it if we had language as she suggested and strike the exposed bulb, because I think in the end, we can all think of a lot of residential lighting that Gary mentioned the other day that's encased in glass. You can see a bulb, and that's not what this is intended to do. But as much time has already been spent on this, I would just as soon strike the language that I think is unnecessary and move forward.
Charlotte?
Well, I agree with you, Mayor, and I agree with what Elizabeth just said also, because what you just read, it wasn't intended to see the light bulb, but he's right. That is what it says. And like my porch light,
right,
you can see my light bulb because it's a glass cover that's crackled and you can see the light bulb, but I can just hear one of our inspectors saying, the ordinance says. So if you want to take out, strike if the light bulb is visible or can be seen, I'll go with it today. If not, bring it back.
Absolutely, we could do that.
Johnny?
Remind me, and I've slept since then, but I remember when this thing first started, it was more the complaint from, say, for example, the businesses out there in Old Cristobal Road. So it went from commercial, and then all of a sudden, the residentials got swept in the same conversation. So I don't remember how that all happened, but let's just keep it simple, please. That's what I'm asking, but I just don't remember that.
Rodney?
Well, it did involve residential also, and you know that. Half of it was residential.
Mostly residential, I think.
The most complaints we were getting were from residential. Now, only a couple complaints came from the commercial. And we're trying to head off the commercial stuff is what we're really trying to do. I'm with Liz, and I think we should just move forward, strike that one part of the ordinance and move forward, and I think that it would work. I think it would work fine for us.
And I don't have a problem with doing that. If we want to strike the light source of the luminary is visible, strike that entire sentence out of that, or let's strike section 81205 and add a section in there that says city-sponsored Christmas lights are exempted. If we can do those two things, I'll vote for this thing.
Yeah.
Can we just say city-sponsored special events?
Yeah, don't say Christmas.
That would be fine with me. Just something to give us an out. So if someone would like to make
I move to approve with the exemption of the light source luminaries and with adding that a city-sponsored event is exempted.
Okay, would you want to just strike all of this?
Yes.
18?
Yes.
Strike section, yes, sir.
Sorry, 1 second. Unfortunately, it's going to affect our enforcement of this. So we're going to have to add some kind of enforcement mechanism, which probably is going to be a light meter at this point. So if we're going to eliminate the visual enforcement, we're going to have to go with a light meter. So I'd like to add the process of enforcing this as well.
That's fine.
Would you be willing to just bring this back next meeting with correct language, and let's deal with it then?
Probably better.
Would that be all right with council?
I will remove my motion with the exceptions and ask to bring back proper wording at the next meeting.
Everybody comfortable with that?
One meeting.
Okay. Somebody give me a motion that we postpone this until
I
next
just
meeting.
did.
Did you do it? Somebody second that.
Second.
Do I have a motion or do I have a second? We postpone this till next meeting. Let's get rid of 8/12/05. Let's give some type of an enforcement statement, and let's give an exception for the Christmas lights or city-sponsored lights, and bring it back to us next meeting.
Will do.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Bring it back to us, please, sir. Okay, let's move on now. Number 13, this is the last one, and I pulled this one for spite too, or I pulled this one for spite. Second hearing consideration for adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance, the Code of Ordinance, the City of San Angelo. This is the one that we approved last time for commercial business out on Highway 87, Side Road 4230, 4424, 4436 North Bryant Boulevard, Frontage Road, 130 feet northwest of the intersection of North Bryant Frontage Road and Lake Drive. I do not think this is a good idea. The citizens of this area do not want this commercial activity. The school board has sent a letter asking that we not allow this because the property abuts their students' livestock barn, where students are out there all hours of the day and night to deal with their livestock, and this is a commercial operation that would come right up to them. I do not think this is good that we change this, and I am definitely going to vote against it, and I pulled it so that I could make that vote known. So I'll listen to a motion.
Could you remind me what the vote was? Was that a 4-3?
The vote was a 4-3 vote.
4-3.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve?
I second.
Do I have a motion, second? Any further comment? Any public comment? Come ahead, sir. State your name. You have 3 to 5, sir.
My name is Brooks Baca, 15 Tattenham, Midland, Texas. I'm the engineer working on the project, here representing the client. I did, early on in planning and zoning, spoke with 2 of the property owners, Miss Martini and Julie, the adjacent property owner with the animal
yes.
crematorium. And we discussed that, and that the area where her horses drink and all that, and that area there has drainage that runs into it. There used to be a playa lake there, and we intend to bring that playa lake back for drainage. TxDOT has water from TxDOT right away comes onto that property. It has for years, and it always will. So any increase from anything wouldn't cause any downstream damage because we're trapping all of that water there. So I see no real problem with downstream drinking water for surface water for animals at this time. The facility that's going in there, they self-contain all of their chemicals. It's a Warren Cap facility. And we're not talking a standard industrial with caliche and metal buildings. That's not the type of facility that we're putting in. This is much higher end than that, and we intend to take care of the water. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The problem is that a zone change does not go to the business. The zone change goes to the property. And if you sell that property tomorrow and there's somebody else wants to put something else, they can do anything they want to with this zone change. And the school has specifically written a letter and asked us to disapprove. Any further comment from council? Comment more from the public? The motion has been made that we approve. It has been seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Let's put it passed 4-3. We are ready now for number G, which is public hearing and comment. Presentation regarding the City of San Angelo's conservation plan, possible ordinance changes. It is 10 o'clock. Does council want to take a 10 or 15 minute and come back?
Yes.
No.
Quick break.
Well, yes.
Quick break.
Quick
I'm
break.
going with
Quick
that, Jim.
break.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 to 15. Let's call this meeting back to order. It is 10:19. We are now to item number 14 on the agenda, presentation regarding the City of San Angelo's conservation plan, possible ordinance changes, presentation by Water Efficiency Action Group.
Can we move on to item 24 up to right behind 15, put all those water things together?
I think that'd be a wonderful idea. And probably any dissension from council to move 24 up and get it with the rest of the water items?
Just right behind 14 and 15?
Any problem from council to put 24 up with the rest of them?
No problems with me.
Okay, we'll move 24 and we'll deal with it after 14, 15 or other water ordinances. Okay. Christie, who's going to run this? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dale Britton. This is Stan Metters. We are part of the Water Efficiency Action Group. We got started getting together about somewhere 18 to 20 months ago. Excuse me, is that better?
That's better.
The idea was a group of citizens, homeowners, business owners, landscapers, and developers that had an interest in water and particularly had some expertise in the area of water usage to get together to serve as a positive presence for the people of the city of San Angelo and the Concho Valley. We'd like to see that some assist with conservation goals that might be moving forward in the city. I think we have a group of people here that are listed. There are others that are not on that list that helped get this movement going. Particularly, I'd like to mention Clinton Bailey, who is a former city manager, attended meetings on his lunch hour on his own time, and also encouraged staff to come alongside and offer wisdom. Mr. Joe Morgan's not on the list, and he's here. And I might just ask for a second, if it's okay, that the people who have come in to support us here just stand up and maybe
Please do.
recognize
Please
them.
do. Stand and be recognized.
You've lost them.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate their support because I'm just not used to standing up here and talking to a group like this. But I do appreciate that you guys took the time. And as Mrs. Farmer said, the city of San Angelo has dealt with water issues and very, very serious water issues for a long time. We'd like to make some suggestions at this point as sort of a demonstration of what our group has to offer, but also we'll be offering services in the future. The primary thing we'd like to talk about today is the term drought levels and conservation level, and changing some of these drought level rules to be.
I don't know if that microphone's on.
It is.
It's on.
We've got a green light.
It's on.
So
Maybe
You
it's
just
not-
had to speak
it's-
into it.
it's the
I've
vo-
just got to get loud.
It's
Well,
no, it's the volume in the back. They need to turn it up,
okay.
and they'll do it.
Okay, so they'll take care of that.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'd like to suggest, for instance, that we just change the name from drought level to conservation level. The reason is that a lot of this is the mindset of the people, and that we believe that we should go from 3 levels to 4. And we'd like to give more flexibility to you guys. We had a spectacle occur in September of 2012 where we went to drought level 3, and then immediately with an unusual rainfall went back to drought level 2. Half the population was quite ready to go with this, and we're quite frustrated when we simply came back out of it. And it makes sense to us that if you have the flexibility, for instance, in May, that we get an unusual level of water and we're about to drop back, maybe you hold that off for a month or two so people can make their own adjustments. So also it makes more sense. If the wind's blowing 20 miles an hour on a regular basis, we've got 8% humidity, and we have, 2 weeks of water supply above a drought level, then maybe you guys shouldn't have your hands tied saying that you can't keep us in the conservation level that we're at, if that makes sense, the way I'm explaining it. We think it's a little too rigid in the way you have to move back and forth between these. The other thing that we'd like to do is participate in educating the public in the idea that conservation isn't an on and off pursuit, but has to be a way of life in the Concho Valley, and that water conservation has to become something in the very DNA of the people who live here. I'd like to see it as maybe an anecdote that, if a rattlesnake crosses your grandmother's porch, that thing's head is cut off in a second. We'd like to see it if somebody sees a water hose drop on the driveway, the same thing happens. They just do not waste water. It's just not something we do. That has to be the way we think here, because we have lurched from from the verge of catastrophe several times in our history, and we have to be much more efficient at conserving our water. I think I have, just from personal experience as a landscape irrigator, as a designer, and as 15 years in the business, have a perspective I'd like to give to you in a short story, and it goes something like this. 3 years ago, 3 summers ago, people would come up to me, and I had 3 statements over and over every week. Excuse me. It went like this. First, they said, we're under water conservation rules. This is how I'm going to cheat. I heard that every week. The second was, we're under water conservation rules. We want you to tell us how to cheat. And I heard that every week for 2 summers in a row. Now, this year, then the third one was people would look at it and say, okay, we're under water conservation rules. I want to know how to change my landscape, how to adjust my sprinkler controllers so that I can abide by the rules and keep a pleasant landscape in my yard. I think that was a better reaction. And this year, we're seeing almost completely that. They're coming to us and they're saying, how do we conserve water? How do I abide by these rules? How do I transform my landscape into something that looks good, but still conserves water or uses little or no additional water? And so the mindset of the people of San Angelo has changed greatly. And now it's really up to a group such as ours or you to provide the leadership, because they're looking for ways to get this done. They're not looking for ways to cheat on it. They're looking for ways to accomplish the purpose. And so I think we have a time in our in our history where we have a really good opportunity to change the paradigm and the way we look at water. So with that, I'd like to go over some of these conservation rules that we would suggest to you and see what you think about it. I won't go over all of them, but going to a 4-level system, conservation level 1 would be the baseline. That's what the rules that we live under continuously. It's not something that comes on and off. And so, such as watering 1 time per week in the summertime. A landscape can be easily maintained with that. It also prevents waste. There were in the past people who watered every day, need it or not. And so that type of a rule makes it a guideline that people use. And that's something else I'd like to comment on, is that many people look at these drought rules or conservation rules as a guideline as how to operate their landscape. Now, just because it says you can water 1 time every 14 days, maybe your landscape only needs it every 21 days, but people set their controllers to 14 days. And so these rules go beyond just restrictions. They also are taken as advice. We'd like to see a change in landscape watering rules in the wintertime. For instance, right now in drought level 2, you can water only once every 14 days. It's absolutely unnecessary. You can water once every 21 days and have a perfectly good lawn. It's not a conservation rule at all, and in fact, we could be conserving water that stays in the lakes and doesn't evaporate during the months November, December, January. So it's just a common sense kind of change. We'd think that, excuse me. I appreciate that. We mentioned drip irrigation and new plants, and there's a little asterisk in there that says with consideration for turf, approved turf and overall landscape plans. It's real common to us to get a call from a construction company from out of town and they want to bid on a landscape proposal. And they ask us, what are the city codes in San Angelo? And we tell them, there are none. You can do anything you want to, which is not really what I say because I don't want them to act like that. But the truth is that there really isn't a code for landscape that they have to be concerned with. We think that people who are spending the money, going through the effort to convert their landscapes into something that uses less water and prevents runoff, etc., they go to that expense, but there's no real incentive from the city. And it would be a simple way to provide an incentive that doesn't cost the city any extra money by saying, for instance, if you put in a new landscape, then you have 21 days to get that thing established. Whereas someone else may be under the rules that they can only water once, for instance, in drought level 2. They may be able to water every 14 days or every 21 days, depending on the time of year. You allow these people who are coming in, changing their landscape so that it uses less water, and you just incentivize it by allowing them to do it. It doesn't cost the city, and it makes entirely good sense for them to do it. Let's see. I feel like I'm kind of rambling on without any questions, getting a lot of stares. I don't know if they're interested or bored, but I think I'd like to turn this over to Stan and talk a little bit about the things we'd like to do going forward for you.
As Dale mentioned, you know, we've met on a regular basis for the better part of a year, I would say, and put a lot of thought and discussion into these ideas, the ones that we just showed in that little table, some recommendations, suggestions that you can chew on and think about. We're not necessarily asking that action be taken on those items today, right now, but believe me, there has been thought. We are also very cognizant of the fact that there are issues with the water budget, and so in these times of decreased sales, that puts a strain on incentivizing things. And so we're thinking about the concerns that you have as council in setting any guidelines moving forward in terms of both enforcement. We talked a minute ago about the lighting, and so how do you enforce this stuff and how that can become a burden. So we want to keep all of these things in mind, not overcomplicate things, think about the budgets and whatnot that are also involved in implementing any of these steps. So I just wanted to make that statement and let y'all know that we are considering those types of issues. As some next steps, these are kind of things that are on our radar that as we meet as a group and kind of check through a few things here and there, Councilman Fleming brought forth the rate changes for drought level 3. You know, we think there's room to maybe change that across the board.
Yes.
So again, we would be happy to offer ourselves as a group to do some legwork, to do some thinking, maybe run some numbers, do some of the background information that might facilitate y'all's consideration of something like that. And I kind of already said on the incentives. You know, education, it occurred to me not too long ago. One is, and Dale was talking about kind of this mindset and changing that mindset within the community, and I think we are seeing that evolving and happening, and it's encouraging. The downside of that is, and we all know this, that is a never-ending process, and it's something that is slow going. And so the idea of educating and working with different groups and different types of entities. To finish my thought, what came to mind the other day is, we've got all these hotels being built in San Angelo. We've got all these new apartment complexes being built. I know I travel a lot, and I know when I'm out of town and I'm in another city, I don't really consider or think about or worry about whether that city's got 12 months water supply or 24 months or 15 years worth. I don't think about it. It's not my problem. And so, there's some opportunities perhaps through the Hotel Association to do educating and try to really hit home the message that when people come into this fine city from Seattle or Vancouver, which I have colleagues that come in about on a monthly basis from there, that they're made aware of our issues and don't take the 25-minute shower, take the 5-minute shower. I mean, I'm getting a little specific, but those types of things I think are important for us. And we see there are many opportunities we feel like within the community for a continued and even expanded educational opportunities on an ongoing basis. There are some resources that we have gone to. Some of these have been put forth to the council previously, but these are the types of sources that we're looking at and thinking about, and I know you are as well. But again, we want to make ourselves available to be the gatherers of that, or summarize some of these things and make that available to where it's maybe a type of information that's more digestible to you. And in some of our research and looking around on different websites, this particular quote or thought came up and from the San Antonio water system, and we think that's a very striking and fitting way of mindset and for us to be thinking as a community, as a city, and as a region. So with that, I think we'll conclude our remarks and would be happy to entertain some questions if there are any. And we would look forward to being able to have an opportunity to come back in future meetings and maybe present some more ideas.
I appreciate very much your presentation. And I don't know, y'all said some of the same things that I've been thinking.
Sure.
You put it down. I've just kind of thought about it. But I think that also Rodney and probably the rest have also thought about some of these things as well. And we're going to be discussing some of these things later on. We have a retreat planned, what is it, next
Tuesday.
week? And we're going to be talking about some of those things there. Let's just start with the council. They probably have a few questions for you. Charlotte, you want to start off?
I will start off. First of all, I received a month or so, maybe 2 months ago, that your email that had the items and your suggestions on them, so I had them maybe a little bit longer. Have you taken those and compared those to our drought contingency plan that was published in March of this year, item per item?
Item per item, no, we haven't.
Do what?
Oh, it's for,
Item per item, no, we haven't.
Have you read this?
Stan has read it. I think I've read probably 80%.
We've discussed it as a group. As a group, we have not sat down and gone through it page by page as a group. I know there are different members that have and review it and understand.
Well, I'm going to come right out front and our city manager can validate that I've scolded ourselves for not making this public sooner. I think Johnny has read. I know Johnny has read it all the way through, and I know I have read it all the way through. But a lot of the things that you suggest are in here. It's in our contingency plan. There was a committee, there was a group that worked in 2012 on various things and ideas. I think it was started by Mr. Hirschfield and then carried on from there. Conservation items, and it's put into this book, but maybe we haven't made it as public as we need to. So that is where the city has fell down, is not making it available to the public to know the conservation plans that are in there and written, and the number of gallons per day or per month that is used by the average citizen, which is considerably different in this report than we talked about 2 weeks ago. But I appreciate what you've done and how it mirrors exactly, and I think we have some homework to do here out in recognizing where there's some mirror ideas and a few discrepancies and things that can be worked out. And I appreciate the group's efforts, but I do want to give staff the credit for the work that they have been doing in putting the contingency drought plan together, because it is a piece of good work.
Yeah, and I'll say, and that point well taken, and you know, where we have tried to focus our time and energy is looking at kind of lower hanging fruit. And you know, when I came into the group, that this suggestion about landscape watering in the wintertime, and it was set at 14 days, and the discussion went to that's really not necessary. And so that's when we started asking ourselves the questions: where does some of this? What's the basis? Where does this come from? Why is it set like this? And if we have broad enough set of expert opinions that says it could be something different, then you know, let's look at that. So I think we have, as opposed to really targeting that entire document, really kind of focused on things that we felt like could have an impact and are areas where we would begin a process to, I think you're right, look where there's overlapping interests or ideas and see if we can run with those. So,
thank you.
Elizabeth?
I was real excited to hear this, and I wish we had been hearing more about it maybe at every meeting for the last year around here. Like Charlotte said, these good works certainly don't need to be kept secrets. I think you're right. I think the community is primed for a stronger conservation ethic. We don't want to ever go to whatever you want to call it, where there's absolutely no outdoor watering. That's a scary place to be, both as a resident and if you're looking at trying to bring new industry into the community. So we don't want to teeter on that edge. But the question that those that are not so conservation minded are going to ask is, we still have water, and when we have water, we need to sell it. So our problem is that we have a budget that is tied to the sale of water. I know you had a lot of big thinkers on your committee, and I'll call Mr. Hirschfeld one of them, former councilman. So did you discuss that? Because I think in the end, we have to sort of reevaluate how we fund water improvements if we're not selling to the same levels. It's a really difficult situation.
We have discussed it, and we think that's probably one of the problems, is you do have water, the funding of the water department is based on the idea that we sell a lot of water cheaply. That encourages waste, and it underfunds the water department because we are going to be right back where we were frequently. This area does go through prolonged periods of drought. We all know it. And so we have a plan to fail in place. We need to change that, and it needs to start with the water rates. I discussed, mentioning the questions that people frequently ask me. Two things had a huge impact on that, aside from the last 12 months of seeing ourselves in such dire circumstances. People saw the first time Lake Nasworthy was drained down a couple of feet. Suddenly people understood drought in a real personal way. They didn't understand it when you said Twin Buttes is going dry, O.C. Fisher is dry, there's only a few months supply in O.H. Ivy. That didn't impress them. Seeing Lake Nasworthy low did. And that made a big change in the kind of phone calls I was getting, the kind of discussions we were getting. But the rate structure had the other one. People said, I don't want to pay that much. I'll go ahead and fix it. Because before that, very frequently, we'd say, St. Augustine grass is a water hog. It's not a good idea. And guess what they said? I want 2 pallets. I want 4 pallets. And so that rate structure, like it or not, has a huge impact on how people use water. But education is the next one. People do now at this time, as they haven't in the past, want to know how to go forward and how to save water and create a means to do it on a long-term, sustainable method.
But in the idea, and you all know this, the idea is that we absolutely, and it's in the paper all week over the weekend, and it's been discussed in this meeting already, is that when we have these events like we had weekend before last, that we don't just get complacent and let slip back into saying, oh, well, we bought ourselves some more time, and then the next thing you know, we're staring down the barrel of a gun again. And so I think that goes back to that continued educational process and outreach.
Right, but I think in the end, we'll all be successful when we can figure out a way to handle the financial side of it.
Well, yes, and we have talked about that.
I'd rather stay on the conservation side, but to have everybody in the room involved, I think we have to determine how to deal with the financial.
There's no doubt, and I've wrestled with this thought for a long time. When I was on council in El Dorado, that used to drive me mad that we were absolutely dependent on sales of water when we were trying to conserve, and how do you not bust the budget doing that? And I think there's, I think this is bigger than San Angelo or Wichita Falls or any, this is kind of a fundamental shift, and our group has not, spent a whole lot of time on trying to think about how do you fundamentally shift city budgets and water departments based on current state and city laws. That's not an easy task, but it's something I think that I don't think it's. I think there's got to be other ways that we look at that and think about it. But I don't know.
Don, did you have anything, sir?
Well, I think that we took maybe baby steps this last time toward that. Whenever we penalize the people for excessive use. Absolutely. To me, that's a win-win situation because we gain the revenues, but by the same token, we're not penalizing people for normal use, we're penalizing people for excessive use. And I think we need to continue that, in every stage, not have
absolutely agree.
Have
and
it
that's
at
one,
the higher ones.
That's I think that's right.
And like I said, I think that's a win-win situation, monetarily, economically, and as well as educationally, because I know if you hit people in their pocketbooks, they're going to pay attention.
John?
Mayor, before I make my comments, I'd like to hear from Christy. I believe you had something on your mind, Christy, you wanted to share?
Well, I'm just...
No pressure.
Yeah, they have their backs to me as I'm sitting there saying. I would like to just be clear that from the beginning, the group did look at the drought contingency plan. I think that because people that aren't involved in city council or aren't on staff, sometimes we don't know. We just know those are the rules for watering. They're the ordinances. They're the water restrictions. But that's what we based when this group first got together, saying, what is it that's not working here? So there are changes. There are differences. It doesn't mirror what's there. Why would we be here if that's the case? Some of them seem small. As Dell pointed out, how often do you water your lawn in the summer? That's huge, whether you water it twice a week or once every 14 days. That sounds small, that's huge. People look at that and they base what they do on that. The other thing that's really different is our conservation levels that we've suggested. Is that instead of moving to a drought level, and the levels are a little bit different, so that when we're above 24 months, that's conservation level 1. The other thing I think we need to point out that I don't want this to seem this way at all, this is something where we have involved city staff, all of you. We've tried to continuously communicate because the staff is doing an incredible job, and you know that we work with them all of the time. This is something joint. This is a positive thing. We're not up here saying this is not right, this isn't done well. This is a community effort, and I want to be clear that that is what this group is here to do. These changes do not mirror what's already there. There are differences. And that's why we pulled in experts on landscaping so that they could look at that and say, we don't need to be watering 3 times a week in the summertime. So these are common sense things. They're not crazy, but they make sense. So I just wanted to make those 2 things clear, that we really are working with staff. We want to work more with staff, and we just want to be of assistance and help.
And then I just wanted to add that, in looking over this presentation, it shows that you guys really try to dissect just every little nook and cranny that's out there. And I am ready to approve anything that involves John Begnaud, because I think he is the expert out there. But, talking about water conservation, the one question, I got about 5 phone calls last Sunday, and this is more of a Ricky Dixon question to educate the public, is why in the world would we release water from Lake Nasworthy when, we've been in this drought for, 20 years? So I think we need to educate the folks of why that happened, and it wasn't a bad thing. It's captured at the other end at Ivy, but I just wanted for the viewing public to understand the reasoning behind it. I know it's a 100% capacity now, and as Ricky comes up, if you would just share your wisdom with us, Mr. Dixon, and people just don't understand why. They thought we were nuts doing that. So
the inflow that we was getting from Pecan Creek was more than we could contain in Lake Nasworthy. If we hadn't opened the gates, emergency spillway, which is a very small portion of Nasworthy Dam, it would have run over at that point. It just wouldn't have run over fast enough to prevent property damage. We were real close as it was, and we just had such an inflow from, I would have never thought it either. I went from 4 foot down to I've got to open 2 gates 5 foot. That's a tremendous amount of water downstream, but we were truly blessed. But that's the only reason. We're trying to keep people's home from being damaged and their property, and it's going to run over anyway. We was just trying to make some room.
So I understand the inflow is still happening?
Nah, it's just about quit now. So we've got everything closed, and we're just
It's not a
holding.
negative thing that we release. Well, what happens, we release it and it goes downstream, and tell us the
It winds
other,
up in Ivy
which comes back to us.
for a cost.
Oh, 1/3 of it, yeah.
Yeah.
For a cost,
I've
sure,
got
but-
to pay to get it back, but
Right.
I got to do something with it.
And that's the piece a lot of the taxpayers had that did not understand. And I just wanted,
Sure.
we're talking about conservation, well, that's a part of it, so.
Marty?
Well, I guess my question to the group would be, was there any consideration given to the time frames that we go into? I think the time frames are probably as important as the levels. I don't think you'd want to possibly, you'd want to consider whether or not you go from level 2 to level 3 if you're a month from coming into the, in August.
Right. That point, 5 on the screen that we have up now is, I think, what you're talking about. So you're moving from one level to the other, is that we would be taking a broader look at criteria that would determine those
Yes.
decisions, not just on lake level alone, but time of year, long-term forecast, recent history, rainfall, a number, maybe a broader set of factors that could be considered that would give the council more flexibility or guidance on how they might maneuver between those different levels.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think you can draw a line in the sand to say exactly when you go from one level to the next.
Well, and our last two big rain events have fallen right in concert with recent movement or imminent movement.
Right.
And as Dale pointed out before, and I think you mentioned to me just on the side this morning, that a number of people, people have got that mindset that this is where we need to be conserving this, and they're really actually more disturbed by the fact that we would go back to a lesser stage, more flexibility, than staying put. So I think there's some work that could be done there. I know that's before you now.
Rodney?
Yeah, that's what I was saying this morning. I've talked to over 50 people in just in the last 7 days, and I didn't have a single person tell me that they thought that we should go back and level. Dale, you said this perfectly. Everybody's getting more used to this, and why would we possibly change this now? Let's get them moving forward on changing the landscape, the frame of mind. Let's go from the grass to whatever can grow here and use less water. Don, you said this also really well, and I want to bring this forward on the next meeting if possible. Hitting those high-end users on every level. If we have a 3 level or we have a 4 level, if you're a high-end user, and we'll determine what that is as a group, but if you have a high-end user, I think they should be hit extremely heavily. I mean, go after everything that they've got on there. Liz said it also really well. We've got to figure out where the money's coming from. I think that we have very, very low rates overall, and I think that we're going to get some pushback on this. I know I'll get some pushback on this, but we've got to start realizing that when I go into a grocery store and I buy some bottled water, I never even think about that being $1 or $1.25 or whatever it is. Now, when you pay, what is it? How much do we pay right now per thousand on the first level?
$2.32, I think.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's 2 something for 1,000 gallons. That blows my mind. I mean, it's nothing, and we need to raise those prices and get it up there and help supplement the water department on that part and get it into people's mind, changing that mind frame also, that you're going to pay more. We don't have the water. Again, I know the next item that we're going to talk about is going to be changing of the levels. I don't think we should, and I love your plan. I think y'all came up with a really good plan. I think you thought it through. I think there's a couple little things that need to be tweaked on there. But overall, I think it's a great, great plan, and I love the 4 levels. I think we should go and Dwayne had talked to me earlier last week about going to a 4-level system, which I think we should go to a 4-level system and kind of point out how we're going to be moving forward on those things.
And I too appreciate it. I'd like to go to 4 levels, and I like your 24 months for level 2, or maybe even 5 levels, because I think we do need. And I've spoken to 3 groups in the last 2 weeks, and I've made the statement: we ask you to conserve, you cut your water in half. Yeah. Now our water budget is $2 million in the red. Now we need to raise your rates to take care, and it's not going over well. But I really think that we need to, and Don said it well, we need to put tiers in every conservation level. And we need to charge these people who are using the water. Those that are using less than 10,000 gallons a month, that is really a minimum. But if you're using over 10 to 20, there needs to be an additional. From 20 to 30 needs to be an additional. And those who use over 30,000, they need to pay it. I don't mind that $1 a bottle when we get to them. But they need to be paying for it, and we're going to have to do something for our budget. So I appreciate what you've done. We will look at this very closely. And I think a lot of these things can be implemented. John, did you have something else?
I had one last thought, and I got a phone call just the other day. Did you guys think nowadays? I think a lot of folks is. I'll back up. Since this rain came, I think a lot of folks have kind of given more hope to their lawns. But before the rains, a lot of folks have just given up on their lawns. But the one big concern that I'm hearing is the watering once every 14 days. They're struggling with it, but they're struggling even more if them trying to save their trees. So what are your thoughts on cutting that, the number of days, just to at least save the trees or shrubs? Trees are the main thing. And this guy was very concerned. I have to water once every 14 days.
one.
I'm
here.
going to be, in, you know,
The-
he
the-
was going to be in trouble.
The
So
levels 2 and 3, which are starting to become restrictive, where, for instance, in the wintertime, it allows you to water once every 21 days.
Mhm.
That is very adequate for trees in the
Is it?
wintertime. It's also adequate for an average Bermuda grass lawn, even a St. Augustine lawn. If you, and I don't want to get into details, but John has an excellent tape on the city's website on how you train your grass or toughen it up to survive these times, and it can be done quite effectively.
and I'm not going to believe it until I
Did
hear
you
it
want
from John.
Did you want to talk about that, John?
Dale's done a good job.
Okay.
We do want to hear from John.
That's a compliment. I'll take that. Let's see. There is the hose in hand. Yeah, the idea of hose in hand.
Yes.
For shrubs and trees and not turf, where we allow that all the way into drought level 3, is a good idea. And then the rate structuring, again, comes into the regulation on that, because there are people who get a glass of tea and the husband and wife both go out on the lawn every day, and that's what they do for an hour and a half. And there's a number of places around town that's the way they put out a lot of thousands of gallons. So the rate structure and the rules have to work hand in hand to keep people thinking in a conservative mindset. But
John, did you have a state? Do you want to talk a minute, sir?
yeah, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and I appreciate all the work that the committee has done. Roger Havlock and I were present for the initial meeting and haven't been able to attend very many, but they have done a very good job of putting this together. And Rodney and Marty, I welcome your comments, and those are well said. I think this is still got some tweaking to do between you and them. To give you a good example, it still doesn't address how much water is used, basically. You say 1 inch a week, or you say one a week, but how many people in this room know what 1 inch of water does? Well, in our clay loam soil, it only goes about 8 or 9 inches deep. And if you're talking about your trees who have roots 2 feet deep, then you haven't addressed those roots for survival even. So there's that tweaking to do. And then on the once per week, as the standard for when you're in contingency level or conservation level 1, if someone has a slope and there's no way they can water it, add only 1 day a week without it getting in the street. Give them the flexibility to water twice a week to get the percolation in the soil. There's got to be some flexibility built in there. And Marty, you're right on target on that flexibility, just as they have addressed in this. If they get to 24 months and it's August and your second wettest month is September and you can stretch it for 1 more month, then y'all just make that call. So I believe it's not a line in the sand, just like you said. So we're educating, and these younger people that are doing all the work now that I've stepped out, are doing a great job of encouraging people to learn that what are your largest users of water in the landscape? It's turf grass as a general rule, but you don't have to go make this place look like the moon. Okay, you can allow yourself those things. If you want to grow a vegetable garden and it says you can only water once a week, Liz, can you grow a vegetable garden in San Angelo, Texas, watering once a week? No way.
I can't.
I can't. No one can. So do you give people the flexibility, just like you can fill a pool, to grow your vegetable garden? Use water responsibly. And I think that's the part of the educators to get that across. But let's make this place a viable place to live. Let's not kill everything. Let's just make it a better place. And I think this group has done an outstanding job. And
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Might mention John was on our committee in 2012 to help us write. Couldn't have done it without him.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you very much. We will be using your figures. As I say, we're going to be talking, the next 3 items, we're going to be talking about water. And then next Tuesday, that's what we'll be talking about. So we'll be using and we have, this is not current because Walter Cronkite.
It's not, but what he put in there, if you'll watch, it's actually very entertaining. But it's also an excellent overview of the whole state of Texas and where what happens right here affects the Gulf of Mexico.
Thank you very
how
much.
tied we are. So I hope you'll watch that.
We appreciate it. Let's move on now to number 15, discussion, consideration regarding matters related to the City Water Conservation Drought Contingency Plan. We'll take number A first, consideration of adopting a resolution implementing a standard conservation level of the city's water conservation and drought contingency plan. Let's take A first, if you would, Mr. Dixon, and then we're through with that and we'll take B.
Mayor, Mayor and council, they're really just an option for y'all. It's not really an A-B type deal, so.
You
we
want me to
can kind
read
of
B too then?
Yeah, go ahead and read it too.
Okay.
And
B
we'll-
is
we'll just start with
consideration
that.
of adopting a resolution implementing drought level 1 of the City Water Conservation Drought Contingency Plan. Mr. Dixon.
Mayor, council, I feel a lot better standing here today than what I had planned on standing here and talking about before the Memorial Day weekend and the rains we were blessed with. I was coming to you today with drought level 3, and I'm coming to you today with considerably better news than that. On the screen, I run these numbers yesterday, and I apologize for not getting everything to everybody, but I want to try to be as current as I could. So what you see in front of you is kind of San Angelo's water supply yesterday. All of this is in acre feet. If you just go down the list, you know, we have the Hickory that's fixed to come online. We got Nasworthy, it's 9609 in acre feet. Twin Butte, South Pool, 6570. North Pool, 16560. OH Ivy, or allotment of 15,000 acre feet a year. OC Fisher had 2,530 acre feet. Gives us a total of a little over 50,000 acre feet in our local water supplies, not counting Hickory. You take evaporation off of that, we got available a little over 38,000 acre feet and a demand of 15,000 acre feet a year. We got about 2.55 years, or about 30.57 months of water as a snapshot look without counting Hickory. If you add the 6,721 acre feet into Hickory, we're at about 36 months. So basically what this A and B part is I was just wanting to give you an option. I don't know what y'all's plans are, if you're going to do anything, if you want to go out of the drought levels, which is the standard conservation level, that's above 24 months, and you also have the option, or I provided a resolution for drought level 1 if that's where you want to stop, or I guess stay where you're at. So I just try to give you options, and so we could do whatever y'all's desire was today. And that's about where
Marty?
I'm at.
In looking at the water supply, you factored in evaporation rate.
Yes, sir.
Would nothing be factored in for normal rainfall?
That's part of the evaporation. That's a net evaporation.
Okay, so it has
I
it
took
in there.
the standard or the average evaporation for this area and the rainfall and did the math. So
Okay.
that's counting the rainfall too.
Okay, thank you.
Rodney?
So we're going to decide what stage we're going to stay in. My personal opinion is I think do we have to automatically go out of this? Isn't it written in the ordinances like that we have to go out of this stage?
Well, part of the drought, water conservation drought contingency plan, and legal may not completely agree with this, but under section 11.204, exception and variance, the city council may allow exceptions to any of these provisions of this article, and the council may place conditions on any exception. To me, that says you can do whatever you want to.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, under our, if you go by the conservation, above 24 months is the standard conservation levels. We really and truly do have 4 levels. We have standard and 1, 2, and 3. You can call them whatever you want to, but we have 4 levels. So, to me, that's y'all's decision. What do y'all want to do? Be mindful now, before I shut up. We have to come up with some way to make everything work. I have to have funds to maintain the system and to turn the water treatment plant on and the wastewater plant and all the things that we have to do and maintain 750 miles of mains and all those things. And I think we can get there. And I think we made a big step last week that we can continue on with. So keep that in mind before you cut me off.
Rodney?
Well, I'm going to move that we stay in the stage that we're in right now, and the next meeting, I want us to come forward with a plan of talking about raising the rates, for sure talking about raising the rates on the high-end users, and coming up, trying to adopt the plan that was presented to us, trying to put it in with our plan, and all of us coming together at the next meeting. I'm putting it on up for a vote that we stay with the stage that we're in right now, and we talk about at the next meeting of what we're going to do as far as the money goes.
I'll second that.
Marty?
Well, we can come up with a plan. I disagree. And I'm going to vote against it strictly from the standpoint of I think the citizens of San Angelo have been good stewards of water. I think they've taken into consideration what we needed to do at times. I don't think they will go out and just because we tell them we've got 30.57 months of water left that they're going to open the faucets and go crazy. But I think if they want to, as John said, if they want to start a garden in their backyard, they can do it, and they can get started at it now, and then we can still implement the plan.
Have anything from down here?
I'm thinking.
Don?
I have a question to begin with. On our 30.5 months remaining, is that at the level that we're in now, or is that in the previous levels, or an average of both? How'd you come up with that?
That's just the total available water with the demand. It hasn't got anything to do with levels.
Well, I mean, as far as the demand goes, our demand has dropped off sharply with the implementation of
The only
different levels.
thing that I changed on demand, and I don't, maybe it's a safety factor, or maybe that's the way my little mind works, but last year was at 14,200 acre feet. The year before that, we was a little over that. Year before that, we was way over 15,000. So thinking that if something is relaxed and we're going to use a little more water, I just put 15,000 acre feet. It could have very easily been 14,200 if I went with last year. So
Okay.
it's just a little safety net for me.
You just have a little buffer in there.
Yes, sir.
Cool. All right. The thing that I'm looking at is, we've been totally blessed, like Dwayne was saying. We have 30 months. I don't want to do anything to take us out of the mindset that we can go on like we have in previous years and use water without regard for how it's used and the conservation of it. So that's why I seconded Rodney's motion.
Johnny? Oh.
You forgot.
Who's next? Charlotte? No, Ricky, my question is,
Go ahead, Johnny.
my question is,
I missed you.
I know a while back you started blending hickory with our water now. So where are we we still blend? I lost track. Are we blending? Are we not? Or are we
No,
using
we've got some SCADA control, electronic controls issue on the well field that we've got people down looking at. That's why we was trying to blend some water to check that system, and we're not blending any right now.
So we're not
But we
using-
will go back to that when they think they've got the bugs worked out. So in the event that we need that or get ready to use it, that we have all of those bugs worked out. But currently, we're not blending anymore.
So we're not using hickory. We're not tapping into. No, I want to know your recommendation. I mean, you're the one that has to deal with all these numbers and levels and all. But give us your train of thought. What do you recommend?
Okay.
And you've got money problems also
I
at the
do.
same time. So
I do. We're going to get into it a little bit on the next agenda item, and we'll keep that in mind as I go forward here. I, of course, would like to sell some money and get caught up. We're normally this time of year we're at about 57% of our budget has come in. We're only at 53%. 2 years ago, I had right at $5 million of fund balance. We projected in April that it will be less than $1 million this year at this rate. So there is financial problems with this. At the same time, I want people to continue to conserve water and do their part, and I'm not a proponent of use it or lose it. It's a lose-lose deal to me. You can use it, you're still going to lose it. So I don't think you can win that battle. I would not recommend leaving drought level 1. I certainly would not recommend going to the standard drought level just because we need to do that. But at the same time, we need to look at the rates as we did in drought level 3. And we're going to touch a little bit about that on the next item. The breakdown that we did for drought level 3, those ranges were not haphazard by any means, and they'll make a lot more sense when we look at them again in a minute. I don't think we ought to change anything in that high-end user, that over 29,000 gallons a month, whether you're in drought level 3 or standard conservation or anything else. If you're going to use that much water, you ought to pay for it, and you ought to pay dearly for it. And I think we can do the same thing on those other breakdowns, just the same. We may or may not, that's y'all's choice, of backing off a little bit on some of the fees. That's y'all's call. I wouldn't recommend backing off much, but I think we're at a place, and it's not going to be popular, but those levels represent 98 to 99% of the residential users from that 29,000 gallons to zero. That's where all the usage is. Yeah, we're going to penalize those that use over 29,000 gallons, but it's less than 1% or 1.5%, depends on which numbers you look at. Not going to help the budget any. We hope it makes them think about it some, but it's not going to be a big benefit. So that would be my recommendation if you push me for one today. I would not recommend going higher than drought level 1 with some considerations for funding.
Charlotte?
Well, I agree with Mr. Self that I'm not interested in taking us back to stage 1. I think that we need to stay where we are, hold steady the course, and stay on path. I'm totally opposed to raising any kind of rates without proper documentation as to what the actual use is and the percentages of our customers that fall into categories, and I won't make that decision without staff preparing and bringing us some proper numbers. I won't vote just to do it just because we know that there's 2 or 3% of the people out there that's abusing it. I don't want to penalize everybody. So I agree, we stay in stage 2. Steady the course, we go to our retreat, we work on and we look at some facts and look at the proper numbers before we make any kind of rate changes or suggestions.
Elizabeth?
Ricky, no. I've got a question. You answered Mr. Silvis on the Hickory, and I didn't understand the acronym you were using or exactly what the situation is there, because I'm very interested in the blending project.
We began blending, can't remember the date, at a rate of, we got approval for a 5-to-1 ratio. 1 part Hickory water to 5 parts surface water. We chose to blend that at a considerably less ratio than that. We were just bringing in 1 million gallons of Hickory a day. At the time we were blending, we were treating anywhere from 11 to 12 million gallons a day. That process was to test all of the control systems on all the wells in the well field, the booster pump station, the tank levels, the automatic valves at the water treatment plant, to make sure that as we brought, and we wanted a certain volume of water, that we were capable of just bringing that volume of water in. And that's the discussion about the blending. We're not doing that right now because we still have some issues with the control system that runs all the wells on automatic. We can run anything we want to in hand, but it's a long way up there, and I don't want anybody to live up there.
Okay. I don't know if I'm confused or overwhelmed with kind of the complexity of this, because I think that in the end, you pay for what you want to use. And if you're using really what is sort of considered too much for our community, then you pay for it. I think those who want to use a lot, God forbid I say this, are also having water hauled in, and that's a whole other issue.
Let's not go there.
Right, but there are a lot of things right here to consider, and so I would prefer to have a more comprehensive conversation based on the presentation that we just saw that we really liked, and how to move forward. So in my mind, temporarily, we stay where we are until we can come forward with a more comprehensive answer. To me, I don't mind raising rates again on those that are overusers, but I also want to see people have an opportunity to have an incentive to change out landscapes and do something that's more responsible and more sustainable for the future. And that's what I need to see before I really consider raising rates and doing some other things. So I think we're 50% of the way there, but I don't think we're 100% of the way there.
Ms. Farmer just mentioned a little while ago that we do have the retreat that's coming up, and this is actually going to be a huge topic of conversation when we're there. Some of those numbers that you're asking for, we can have those numbers prepared and ready to go. And that way we can sit and look at what was presented by this group that came. I think there's some wonderful ideas in there as well. But again, this will be a big part of what we'll be discussing in the retreat. And if you would like to move to stay in the level that we're in at this point, we can discuss those items in the retreat and come back at a later date to come to determine exactly what we want to do moving forward. But right now, again, it'll be a big topic next Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to recognize that from all the material that I have read 5 years ago, where San Angelo citizens used 19 million gallons a day, and we're down to the 10 million area, they have conserved, they have done their part. And we as a council need to do our part and act responsibly and conservatively in looking at rates and numbers.
I don't have a problem with what Rodney has, the motion he's made, if there's a time limit on it. And one of the things that I have said and asked for advice on from the groups that I've spoken to, I want this drought or conservation level, whatever it is, to be done by ordinance. I do not want it to be something that is arbitrarily left up to 7 members. I want it to be by ordinance, where people know exactly what month it goes into, exactly what's going to happen in that month. If we decide to take drought level 2 to 24 months from 18 months, I don't have a problem with that. But I want it done by ordinance. I don't want the flexibility that they spoke of, giving the council the flexibility to change these things, because I don't want the council to have that. I don't want them to have that power. I want it to be done by ordinance, and I think it needs to be. But if Rodney wants to make this motion to keep us in drought 2 for 60 days until we can come up with a more concrete plan, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'll change my motion to go to 60 days until we can figure this out.
And yeah.
Marty was the one that said it perfectly earlier when he said we have to have flexibility on coming out of these situations. Yes. And Dell said this earlier also. When we have, like, if we're coming into certain times of year where we know that historically we do get rain, we shouldn't change the thing immediately just because it's a trigger on a piece of paper. It should be more of a common sense type thing where give us some time to go back. Like right now, we were going to go to stage 3, and now we're going to talk about going all the way out of everything. And the general public just right now, I'm hearing replies all over, and everybody's freaking out that we're about to change this possibly. And they're all the sentiment among all of them is just leave it where it's at.
Well, the people that have contacted me have also said stay in drought 2.
Yeah.
And I agree. I think we ought to. And I think we need to change the months so that the ordinance reflects it. But I want it to be done by ordinance.
Yeah.
Marty, did you have something?
Well, if we make it 60 days, we're pretty much saying that we're not going to, we're basically saying what the group of people right before us is saying that grass is gone because we're staying at 1 to 14, and I don't have a problem with that really, but we're taking us through the summer, and we're saying we're not going to water, but once every 14 days, and I just don't think that's that's fair to the citizens of San Angelo who have been good stewards of our water.
You make sense. You make sense. Johnny?
Ricky, I want you to touch on, I know there's the folks out there, like Ms. Farmer said, that have really worked hard to conserve, but I don't think there's a lot of folks out there that understand that, okay, I'm conserving. Now you're telling me that you've got lack of funds to run the department. What does your department do for me anyway, you know? So I think there's a lot of folks that are out in the dark, not knowing what, you provide me water, but what else do you do for me? They don't understand all the other details of what you use your funding, your fund money to service us with. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you provide me water, so what else do you give me from your department, from your fund balance?
If you, to me, if you look at the core services of the water utility department, is provide safe potable water and the collection of wastewater and the treatment thereof and the disposal of wastewater. Everything else is a function of that. When you say you provide me water, so what else do you do for me? Isn't that enough? Okay. We repair the leaks, we work on the pumps, we work on all the equipment, we clean lines, we do all of those things that are necessary to provide you water. That's what the cost is. We provide you water, and we take that water when you're through with it. That ought to be enough. It just takes a lot of parts to keep that running.
Appreciate that.
I got Rodney waiting down here. Do I have anybody waiting down here?
Okay.
Don's been waiting longest.
I agree with Rodney. You know, I don't want us to come out of this thing right now. I have no problem at all with putting a limit on it to where we can look at it, decide where we want to go and those sort of things. But, you know, my bottom line is when it comes to me taking a shower and getting a glass of water versus watering the lawn, I know which way I'm going to go. And so that's definitely why I voted with Rodney. But by the same token, I still think that we need to address the money situation also, which hopefully at the retreat we can do.
Rodney?
That's what I was going to say about the retreat. What we need to have is have city staff find out what the rates are for our sister cities and see if we're lower, higher, where we stand. I know we're much lower than the main three big cities in the state of Texas. I know their rates are, I think their rates are a lot higher than our rates are. So we can see what we compare to and how we can solve this problem of moving forward.
Mayor? Charlotte.
Wouldn't that depend on the source of those cities' water? I mean, if the sources have underground water wells, ground surface, I mean, it's not going to compare to a source of just surface water only.
Gather that information as well.
Mike?
Mayor, I happen to be carrying the March 31 monthly financial with me. That's a time when we were in drought stage 2 and probably is not the absolute accurate representation of what it would look like going forward, but probably give us an idea. We lost $370,000 in the water operating fund that month. If we're talking about moving through June and July, 60 days, continuing in that stage. If we continue that way, the financial impact would be $700,000 to $800,000 negative. I think you need to be aware of that. In addition to that's just additional loss. Those are months where our system, our rates are built to recoup losses that we have in those winter months. In the winter, we don't sell enough water to cover our costs. We make that up by selling more water in the summer. If we're going to continue through the summer, or 60 more days, at wintertime usage levels, then what we're planning for are 2 more months of financial losses. It's not just the financial loss, but it's not having the profit. Those are months where we should be generating a profit to make up for months where we did have the losses. So the true financial impact is not just the loss, it's the absence of a profit. So if we were to break even, we would still have those losses yet to be made up. So I think you need to know that a 60-day time period, continuing what we've done in the past, will create a financial impact of greater than that $700,000 to $800,000 loss. We can expect to have continued losses in that neighborhood, and those are months where we need to have profits to make up for. And we are fortunate that we started a couple of years ago with some fund balance, and really that's what those fund balances are for. But anyway,
So the way it stands right now, we have 30 months of water. And at 18, that would be in drought stage 1. If we waited and did according to the ordinance right now, at 18 months, we would go to 2. So there would be then 12 months. 12 months of stage 1, am I figuring correctly?
Well, you've lost me. If we go by this, we would be in standard conservation level.
Yes. And then at 18 months, we would go into drought stage 2.
Correct.
And then at
That's where
12
we're at
months, we
right
would
now.
go into 3, yes.
That's correct.
So if we took it back to drought stage 1, we could only be there, and we might want to change the months. Instead of going at 18 months to 2, we may want to go at 22 months or 24 months at 2. Change the drought level stages. So if we went back to drought 1 at 30 months and changed it to 24 months, we could be in at 6 months, and that would give us 6 months of water and 6 months of income. And if it didn't rain, then we could go back into 2 at, I don't know, you make a good point. Marty makes a good point. Our fund is in trouble.
well, we think you should make an informed decision, and there, what is that financial impact? That's just an estimate. But absolutely, this group has done a good job in keeping those financial consequences in mind, as well as the water use in mind. And I think it's appropriate that we continue the discussion, both at the retreat and, depending on the result of the retreat, some follow-up there.
Well, if we take the recommendation to go to drought stage 2 at 24 months, that's not but 6 months of water. Not but 6 months at the unrestricted level. So, what if we say let's stay in drought stage 2 for 30 days and give us time to work this thing out and really vet it and consider it, and then in 30 days we'll make a decision as to whether we change it or not. Is that something you could go with?
I'm fine with changing my motion to 30 days, but I wanted it to not be just a knee-jerk reaction to change these things quickly. I understand the money situation, very, very well, and I see that we're going to have to raise rates. I truly believe that. I know that's not a popular thing, and I'm not here to win a popularity contest, believe me. But we're going to have to raise rates, and we're going to have to figure out where we're going to get this from. I think at this retreat, hopefully, we will come up with some answers. So, yes, I want to leave my motion the same. I'll change it to 30 days at the second stage.
And we stay at stage 2 where we are right now, drought 2, for an additional 30 days until we get some concrete figures and really decide what we want to do. At that time, we might take it to 1, or we might change the ordinance so that we can stay in 2. I don't have a problem with that. Elizabeth?
Two comments. We have 36 months with the hickory on. You didn't say the hickory, or you didn't say the hickory, right?
I wasn't counting the hickory because it's
I
not.
want to
we're not
count the
using it.
hickory. We've spent a lot of money to get the hickory here. I want to count the hickory. I think the problem, though, is, and it's our history, is what Michael said. We always go back to the money. I mean, we've got to figure out how to, if we're going to have a conservation ethic, that can't be the reason that we keep moving back and forth. I know it's our reality now, but I hope within, if it's realistic, within 30 days, we need to have a different answer to the issue. And so that's what I would hope that we focus on in the next 30 days, and maybe not all of these other things that we keep getting distracted with, light bulbs and the such.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, she's absolutely right, and the group did touch on a disconnect, creating a disconnect between usage and financial consequence. There is a way to do that, and we can talk about that at the retreat.
Who seconded that? Would you go with 30 days on that, Don?
Absolutely.
Mayor,
Johnny?
instead of going 30 days, why don't we make it till the first meeting in July?
That's about almost 30 days. We can't do anything until the first meeting anyway.
In July, anyway, okay.
Could you restate the motion, please, Rodney?
Rodney?
That we stay in drought level 2, stage 2, for the next 30 days, until we decide what we're going to do with it at this meeting.
And that's it.
Are you comfortable with the second on
Yes.
that, Don?
Yes, sir.
Do I have any further comment from council on this?
Well, I just want to say I'm sticking to my guns. 30 or 60 days, I think we've asked our citizens, they've complied, and if they want to get even, they're going to get even. And it has no monetary, mine has nothing to do monetarily. We've asked them to do what they needed to do, and now we have a supply. I'm not asking, I think they've been set and trained not to waste water, but at the same time, I think they deserve to be able to, the yard's got a good jump start. If they want to water their yards, they can water their yards. If they want to put a garden in their backyard, they can put a garden in their backyard. They can't do any of that if we wait 30 days. It's going to be too late, so.
Point well taken.
And
Yes, sir.
I think Michael is exactly right. I never looked at it that way, but if we lost 300,000 plus in March and we're not gaining revenue, that's a double hit right there. So if we continue even another 60 or 30 or 60 days, we'll be hurting, or the department will.
Charlotte?
It was recently that we changed our number of days to go to just once every 14 days instead of once a week. I mean, to reward the folks, can we not go back to the once a week, stay in stage 2, which allowed us previously? Marty, I'm asking you.
Yeah, we could.
That would be normal under stage 2.
That would be the normal thing to do, and it rewards our folks for their conservation efforts, which they have done.
Mm-hmm.
We have a little bit, give us 30 days, and it allows them to go back to our regular, what it used to be before we
Yeah, it's a
changed
good
it.
idea. Do you agree, Rodney?
In stage 2, it was watering.
It was
Once a
week, and we changed it to go
We
back to
changed
once
it to
every
14 days. I mean, I didn't want to, but that's what,
That was
we
the
did.
change that was done under drought level 1, not drought level 2. Drought level, no, that was once every 7 days.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's always been once every 14 days.
It's 14
in 2.
days.
I thought it was wintertime
No.
and summertime. We had summertime.
Shall be once.
Wintertime was once every 14, and then summer was once
summertime was
every
once every
7.
7 days.
And we
That's correct.
changed it to go back
That's
to
correct.
winter.
That's right.
So that would, if we went back to just a normal drought stage 2, that would be watering once a
Once every
week.
7 days.
Okay.
And give
Yeah,
us 30 days.
I'll change my motion to read that we'll stay in drought level 2, but we'll go back to the original drought. Well, it's actually, as
summertime
the
water.
ordinance is written, we changed it ourselves the last meeting.
Yes, meeting before last.
Go back to the original ordinance.
For the next 30 days, though, and then we're going to figure this, we got to figure this out on the money. The money thing, I think, is the biggest thing right now we got to figure out on it. So-
Don, will you alter your second for that?
Well, absolutely. It kind
Okay.
of goes back to what we were talking about a while ago, though. I don't want to run backwards so much that we're shooting ourselves in the foot and letting everybody be complacent with the water that we have. As long as we're going forward, then I don't have a problem with it.
Okay.
Rick?
One thing that council will need to address, we've gotten some phone calls about people asking about new landscapes because there have been a lot of houses who have not put in any landscapes waiting. So that is one item that y'all will need to give staff direction on.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not going to change the way I've been doing things. I've got this great big pink bowl that I put in my shower and capture the runoff water, and my funnel that I pour it into containers and carry them out there and water things in my yard. It's not going to change the way I do things, and I really believe that the citizens here in San Angelo have been very, very responsible. I drove every district this last week, and I think my district, it looks the brownest and with the most dirt because they don't have any grass anymore.
I beg to differ.
But I don't think people will change drastically, but like you said, they've had a head start, and they want to try to keep it, to take them into some fall months, and I think that the citizens deserve it.
We do have a motion on the floor, is that we stay in drought 2 right now as we are, instead of going to drought 1. we stay in it for 30 days until we can make some concrete decisions with some concrete answers. That we go back to the original ordinance as it was written in Drought 2 that allows watering once every 7 days. And I think that this will cover all the bases and give us time. And then the first July meeting, we'll make some good, strong, hard decisions with facts and wisdom. Is that right, Rodney?
Yeah, that's right. But I was looking at the numbers. The 30 days does run after that July 1st. So can I change it one more time until the July 1st meeting?
That'll work. That'll work.
Yeah, I like that.
Don, I'm going to ask you again on your second if you'll accept that.
Sure, why not? Fifth
Don
time's
is
a
getting
charm.
real confused down here.
It doesn't take a whole lot.
I feel like I'm taking advantage of my Lakeview boy down here.
Well, he does his best work when he's confused.
We've got him under pressure now, don't we? Do I have anything from the public on this? Any further comments on this? I'm limiting this to 3 minutes, Turner, because we've been dealing with this for almost an hour and a half. 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Jim Turner, and I'll try to make this very short and to the point. First thing is, I think it is following up on something Mr. Dane started on. You need to tie other revenue streams to the water besides just selling water. Right now, we're just selling umbrellas. We need to, when the sun's out, we need to be selling suntan lotion, something like that. And that can be done. We could have the water department actually providing conservation-oriented, friendly, and make money off the conservation effort type services, materials, whatever. The second thing is, I think you need to go beyond just straight lake and water levels in determining your conservation or drought level. There's other measurements out there. As agriculture is getting better, they're looking at precision farming, where they're looking at soil, moisture content, and so on, and that probably needs to be part of the decision on when you go from one conservation stage to another, not just straight how deep's the water in the lake. You're selling yourself short, and you're not really educating the consumer either. If the consumer knows, the water user knows, the citizen knows that the water rate and the conservation level is dependent not only on the water in the lake, but the water in the soil and other things like that, they're going to do a better job of conserving also. We don't need to have something that's tied to just one number. We need to have something that's actually tied to a real accurate picture of the water situation, which is not just lake levels in the area. Thank you.
Anybody else want to talk for 3 minutes? Give me your name, sir, and you've got the floor.
Jim Moyer. And during this thing where you're going to be talking about water, I would like for you to consider deepening Lake Nasworthy. If you're talking about evaporation, the deeper Nasworthy is, you're doing better on the evaporation from Twin Buttes. A floating dredge would do a whole lot of good to deepen Lake Nasworthy.
Very good point. Thank you, sir. Anybody else want their 3 minutes?
I had a gentleman comment, Mayor,
Yes.
to me about the same idea, but he liked to use the word capacity, increasing the capacity of Lake Nasworthy. So
And that's an excellent idea.
that's a very good idea.
Rodney, do you have something else?
No.
Anybody else want to comment on this before we vote? I'm calling for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Put a 7-0 on it. We'll make a decision in July, first meeting.
September the 6th. Ricky.
September 6th. I got it marked down.
Okay.
That's when it's going to rain again?
Yeah, that's the next big one.
The next big one, September 6th. Prepare. We are now number 16. First public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance amending the Water Conservation Drought Contingency Plan and Ordinance of the City of San Angelo. Amending Chapter 11, Utilities and Solid Waste, Article 11-200, Water Conservation Drought Contingency Plan, Section 11-203, entitled Drought Stages, Water Management Measures, Subpart F, entitled Water Supply Stage Drought Level 3, Subparagraph 3A, providing for additional fees for water usage in single-family residential accounts based on volume and applicable under water supply stage drought level 3, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Ricky Dixon. Got you.
Councilors, you remember the last meeting, this is what we or y'all sort of agreed to and wanted to bring back as an ordinance change, and that's what I have for you today. This is changing the fee schedule under drought level 3. As you recall, we broke it out as basically because the average residential water user is 6,000 gallons. We gave 0 to 7, and then we started at 8 to 14,000 gallons, adjusting that fee up, and then the next break was 15 to 20, and then 21 through 29, and everything over 29 is where it was hit with that big number, over 29,000 gallons. That's what I touched on a little bit earlier. If you look at this information I have here on the screen, this is, we went back to 2013 residential water consumption, and this is something that y'all had seen in the past. But we broke it out as the ranges in which we proposed them last time. This 0 to 7, that's 77% of the residential water consumption is in that rate. What you're looking at here is a summary total. This is domestic, landscape, and untreated for the term. We have some of those accounts at Nazworthy that have meters that pull water from the lake. So this is kind of an all-encompassing number. Then from 8 to 14 is 15%, 15 to 20 is 3.88, 21 to 29 is 2.05%. This is what I was talking about a while ago. You know, when you get past this level, even at this 21 to 29, you know, that some people think is a lot of water. That's just 2% of the users. Those first four, 21 through 29 up, that's 99% of the residential water users are in those four categories that we broke out. The rest of that is less than 1% on this particular deal. Another way to kind of get a little maybe better visual picture is, and I apologize, these numbers are small, but their pie pieces got really small, and we had to crowd a lot of information in here. But the big blue portion is at 77%, which is that first user of 0 to 7, and then 15%, 3, 8, and 2. That's the big pieces. The rest of that off the bottom, that less than 1%, is those other little bitty shapes of the pie or slices, as you would see it. And that's 2013. 2014, and keep in mind that this is through April. That's all the complete data we had. So these numbers are going to be skewed a little bit because we don't have any summertime usage on here. But it's basically the same numbers. You know, 0 to 7, it's up to 84% because most of it's in wintertime. But still, the first four groups are 98%, something like that, 98.5, or maybe this one's 99, the other one's 98.5, but I don't remember. But that's where most of the usage is. You know, that's where we, or y'all wanted to do the rate change. And this is kind of that pie representation of that big blue portion is 84%, and then the 12.3 and 1.6, 0.72. So this is kind of where we're at, and this is the first reading of the proposed rate changes under drought level 3.
Charlotte?
Mr. Dixon, I am not picking on you. I truly am not. But
I don't mind. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you. No, I'm really not. But as last time, I was not willing to make the change without some good facts and figures and numbers in front of us that I could compare to. And this is just like those engineers' reports. You got one report that says this and another report that says that, and which one do you believe? You're telling me that the average usage that you said at last meeting was 6,000 gallons. And according to our own report that we put out in March of this year, the average usage per residential meter is 9,306 gallons. That's 3,306 gallons difference. So do I believe this report that is put out of March of this year, or do I believe the 6,000? I don't want to change any rates or schedules or anything until we can come together and answer these questions at our workshop.
Okay.
Daniel?
Actually, I concur with Ms. Farmer. I want to make absolutely sure that instead of acting on this today, give us all an opportunity to actually take a look at all the different levels and see what we will be considering based on the data that we do present on how we adjust those rates, not just for that one level, this drought level 3, but the other levels as well. So we could wait. My recommendation is we do.
I don't have a problem. You want to go ahead and make a motion that we postpone this?
I'll make a motion that we postpone the discussion and decision on this until after we have our workshop and can discuss all the values.
Anybody want to second that?
I'll second that.
We do have a motion, we do have a second that we postpone this. Any council discussion? Have anything from the public? All in favor of postponement, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Yes, sir. Okay. Council, I need your input on something. We do have a number 19 is a public hearing consideration of an ordinance. The man that is here, that is a proponent of this, has to leave quickly. He would like to go ahead and have this brought forward at this time so that he can have his say before he has to leave. But I need 4 of y'all to say, bring it forward.
Fine. Bring it forward.
Okay, we bring it forward. And by vote of the council, we have the authority to move things up, so we are going, because of a time limit on the gentleman, we are going to move 19 up before we deal with this other. Number 19 is the first public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance of the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo, Z1408, Todd Neff. Ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo, Texas, which said Exhibit A of Chapter 12 adopts with zoning regulations, use districts, zoning map in accordance with a comprehensive plan by changing the zoning and classification of the following property to wit, 4349 North U.S. Highway 277, located approximately 440 foot north of the intersection of North U.S. Highway 277 and North U.S. Highway 67. This property specifically occupies 8.0004 acres for the Paul Gregory Addition, Track 1, and 0.384 acres in Smith Boulevard in northeast San Angelo, changing the zoning classification from ranch and estate R&E to heavy manufacturing MH district, providing for severability, providing a penalty. Mr. Howard, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Mayor and members of City Council, the applicant wishes to change the existing zoning from ranch and estates, which is essentially the default zoning classification when we annex properties into the city, to heavy manufacturing. The recommendation or the proposed request is consistent with the vision plan map. However, staff is recommending a less intensive use of light manufacturing, which is an alternative to the proposed heavy manufacturing requested by the applicant. Planning Commission, however, did recommend approval of the applicant's request. As you can see from the slide, this is a subject property. There is heavy manufacturing with adjacent to the southwest of the property. The balance of the other properties are ranch and estates. Again, this area was annexed into the city, and when the city areas are annexed into the city, the default zoning is ranch and estates. So there is some heavy manufacturing. However, given the location of the property, being a gateway into the city, and with the range of uses that are allowed within heavy manufacturing, we as staff would implore you to consider light manufacturing as an alternative. This is the aerial just showing the same area. This shows the uses within the area. And then the last floor slides show the subject property and the adjacent uses. This is the looking southwest from the subject, southeast from the subject property. looking east from the subject property, and then south of the property, and then lastly west of the subject property. And looking north. So essentially, as I talked about before, this is a key gateway into the city. The vision plan map does recommend industrial as in use. We believe that a light manufacturing classification would be more appropriate given the location. However, again, Planning Commission did support the applicant's recommendation for heavy manufacturing.
Don, I believe this is in your area.
Yes, sir.
Take it, sir.
I have a little bit of a problem with it, with 100 units of livestock on 8 acres. And I didn't understand by our background, and I'm glad the gentleman's here, whether that 100 units is a pass-through all at once, what he actually plans on doing as far as his production and usage is.
I'm Todd Neff, and to answer your question, it's a pass-through. I'm looking to build a barn and some livestock paddocks. It's more of would be a breeding facility, and the barn will be used more as a nursery, lambing facility, things of that nature.
My biggest concern is smell. This is, as the crow flies, less than a mile from my house, and it's actually probably a little closer to Sun Lake Estates and some of the other residential areas out there.
University.
So, that's my biggest concern for it is this ammonia smell and some of those things that we.
You're not looking like, you're probably thinking more like a feedlot situation. That's not what this will be. It's going to be more of a holding time for a period of 2 to 3 months, and then everything's gone. It's just a pattern.
What's the maximum amount of livestock that you'd have at one time?
The 100.
The 100.
Yes, sir. But most of those would be in a barn situation.
Okay.
So, in the wintertime.
Okay.
Summertime, would be considerably less than that.
Okay.
And the reason, was heavy manufacturing, because that's the only zoning that was on the planning from what the city planning committee told me that would allow me to do what I'm doing.
So, what is the difference, Patrick, in the light and the heavy as far as his operation goes?
Gentlemen, he is correct that for what he intends on doing, it does require a heavy industrial use. I would have to say that as a staff, we probably need to consider potentially new zoning classifications in the future, potentially. The issue that relates to livestock is that typically associated with livestock, there are uses that are fairly noxious, potentially, that go along with livestock breeding, and so the reason why you have it in heavy manufacturing is for that reason. I'd also like to note that, again, as you mentioned, Mayor, that when you talk about rezoning a property, you allow for a range of uses that may not necessarily be consistent with what you want to see in the area. So even given the fact that we're talking about livestock, it does open up the opportunity or possibility for more intensive uses that may not be appropriate, given, again, the location. But they are light manufacturing, the range of uses in heavy manufacturing. There's really no limit as it relates to what potentially could occur with that zoning classification.
Charlotte?
A holding area for livestock in the city limits, it is the smells that I would be opposed to it if I lived at Pauline or if I lived anywhere in that area. I live in the southwest part of town, and sometimes we can get the smells from livestock feeding places. and to be right there where the Howard College is expanding their campus and lots of improvements are going on, and the growth, subdivision, and family housing that's starting to grow out in that area, I can't support it.
Well, I can tell you this, that I don't know if anybody's ever been by a producer's livestock auction. What you would see from this operation is a third of what you would get there.
I don't think you're gonna have a problem with the smell.
Elizabeth
Oh,
was
I'm
waiting.
sorry.
Elizabeth?
I think my concern is that it's, we said this was a gateway when it was, I think I remember when it was annexed, and the comp plan calls for it to be sort of a gateway into the community. So I have a problem with what can happen in heavy manufacturing for our gateway. It's not necessarily the use. If you're familiar with zoning, it's not your use, it's what can happen in the future, and that becomes very problematic, particularly when you have the development of residential housing or I think an activity center like Howard College, which we've been very supportive of. So I think they're inconsistent and incompatible myself.
Well, and I agree with you. For the simple reason is, I didn't request heavy manufacturing.
I understand. And I certainly
And-
don't want you to go out of town to do what you want to do, because I think there are more appropriate places in the city. I don't want to run any business outside of the city limits and lose the tax opportunity. But I think that, a planned development district, if you want to look at that, I don't know that we've ever done one with livestock. That's really a stretch. But there has to be some sort of control that protects the residential development going on as well. So you're kind of stuck. But heavy manufacturing is very concerning.
Well, I have one piece of property, as you did, or I don't, but there is a piece of property that joins my property that is heavy manufacturing. And you can see on south of me, there is a concrete plant there right now, where prevailing southwest winds, the nuisance is dust blowing from there.
Right, and that, of course,
And-
was created before it was in the city limits.
And north of me is livestock, horses, cattle, that adjoin me too. So,
It's a tough one.
Marty?
If there was gonna be 100 animals there 365 days a year, I think it would be a problem. Being there 2 to 3 months, lambing and then leaving, I don't see the problem.
Anyone else? Charlotte?
The landing and the leaving, that kind of bothers me with our traffic situation and the college students that are out there. We don't have an overpass at the something trail, Turkey Trail or whatever it is out there yet, and that concerns me as well. Because to get livestock landing and leaving, it's going to take livestock trailers.
Yeah, but we saw that as so important that that the prior council didn't do the necessary things to cut that traffic down either, if I remember correctly, because I was served on the board of Howard College, and we requested that the street be cut through, and council didn't allow it, so the traffic, so that I don't know if that dog actually hunts.
Don, this is yours, buddy. You're going to have to make a decision, one way or another, and we'll vote it one way or the other.
Well, I hate to do this. I think he kind of falls in between a crack here and a hard place, but I move for denial.
Second.
Do we have a motion to deny? And we do have a second. Any further council comment on this? John?
Mayor, I think in looking at the presentation, the area notification, there was no one. I think there was 5 that went out and no one responded. I don't have a problem with it. I really don't, but that's just me. We already get the smell from some of the packing plants out there. Even I live over here close to the police station, and I can understand that your operation will be way different than this one. I have no problem with it, but again, that's just one vote. But
and I am probably, you talk about Howard College, I'm probably a mile and a half north of there. So egress, exiting and leaving, I'm not even close to that, as far as that's concerned.
Elizabeth?
If we
Turn your mic on.
I got caught. If we vote to deny, then he cannot come back with the same request within a year, correct? But he could come back with a different request. And perhaps there you work with a different classification that would have some limitation from the heavy commercial, the heavy manufacturing.
That's correct.
See, and here again, I think his operation is pretty viable, but I just don't want that heavy classification to go with this property. You know, it's not as much against him as the classification that it carries. And if we could do some tweaking to where we could work something, I have no problem with that.
Well, I don't have any problem with light industrial like they were talking about, but it does not, within the zoning guidelines, does not allow me to do what I'm wanting to do with this piece of property.
I understand.
And so, you know, I went before planning, the city planning, the staff recommendation was I go with heavy manufacturing. And it's like I told them, I don't care if it's zoned as an amusement park.
Right.
I mean,
you just want to get your stuff in.
Able to do with what I'm trying to do.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'm confused. I know that, Patrick, let me ask you this. The planning approved heavy manufacturing, but yet you're recommending light. Would light fit his? Or would it not? So why would you recommend light manufacturing?
Because we believe that that's staff's not basing a recommendation on what the gentleman is looking to do. We're basing it on what we think is the most appropriate use for the property.
Gotcha.
So that's why we offered the recommendation. Yeah, the gentleman can continue to do the work that he's doing now. He wants to he wants to construct a building, and so that's not allowed. If in fact he were to continue as he is, he could do that. But it's because of what he wants to construct that is requiring him to need this heavy industrial use. And so when staff offered him, when he proposed to staff what he intended on doing, they made him aware of the fact that he had to go for a heavy industrial zoning classification.
And I'll show my ignorance because I guess the smell comes from a packing plant that kills the animals versus something like this gentleman's trying to do that just no.
No. I grew up next to that dairy out on Armstrong. I know exactly what it does, and I know how it smells.
Okay.
Now this isn't a dairy, but you're still dealing with a bunch of animals, and I know what animals do. Rodney,
How much livestock do you have there now?
I have nothing there right now, just moved them off.
Well, how much did you have?
I had 30 head of ewes.
So, had many complaints on the 30. We're talking about going up to 100. How many employees do you have working for you?
3.
3?
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do if this fails?
Plan B, I guess.
What's
I don't know what that is yet. My investment in this is I'm looking to invest to improve that property and putting over $100,000 into that property.
Mm-hmm. So
So it's not something I'm taking lightly. And it's something that I'm definitely not going to be an eyesore. So that's pretty much where I'm coming from.
any more discussion from council? Do I have any discussion from the public? Come ahead, Jim. You got 3 minutes, buddy.
I'm still Jim Turner, and looking at some issues similar to this in the past, not exactly this type business, but wouldn't there be some way of working out a plan to where it could have light manufacturing with a variance specifically to allow what he needs to do there, to where if he did sell the property, the variance probably wouldn't even go with that, and then it would revert to a light manufacturing only. We've done that with car lots and other businesses around town. Why don't we take and have this postponed until we can come up with some sort of variance that lets him do what he needs to do without creating a zoning issue that's for the future? Thank you.
We do have a motion on the floor, so we're gonna have to take a vote. I guess if it's denied, I guess we'll look at go to Plan B, like you said. Yes, Rodney?
You don't want to change your motion? I mean, it kind of sounded to me like you were kind of leaning that way if you wanted.
Well,
I changed my motion like 5 times earlier.
Yeah, but he changed his second.
I had my hand up before you looked at him, but.
Okay, forget everything I just said.
Okay.
You go.
Go to you, Elizabeth. Okay.
Do you want Planning 101? I know you don't. A zone change has to be consistent with a comprehensive plan. If we're willing to make a zone change, then we need to be willing to change our comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan calls for a gateway at this area. The problem with that is we are inheriting uses that are not consistent with that. So we have to make hard choices. We'll have to do this every time we annex property that has some use already on it. But the point is, what do you want to be when you grow up? Do you want this at your doorstep? And maybe you do and maybe you don't. But in the end, the reason that this use within the existing ordinance is only allowed in heavy manufacturing is because it has nuisance type activities, smells, sounds, etc. And I don't know that much about lambing facilities, but until the ordinance is changed, we have what we have. Our job is also to follow the ordinance. I would like to see if there's something that we can work out with him, but in the end, he can't promise us that the animals will not defecate. And we are in close to a residential area. So for that reason, I will continue to vote no. And I'm not saying that there's not a solution to this, but right now, in the way it's presented, I don't believe that there is.
You stand with your motion, Don?
That's exactly where I was coming from. Yes, I don't want to keep him from doing what he needs to do, but by the same token, I feel like our hands are tied on it. I don't have any problem at all with us looking, or Patrick looking at the zoning and seeing if there's something when this sort of thing occurs that we can work with a little easier.
But right now, it's deny heavy manufacturing.
Yes.
That's the second?
I second.
You second it? Is that the same second?
Same second.
Motion's been made. It's been seconded. Anybody else care to speak? No, I'm going to call for the vote. The motion has been made, and I think we're going to have a show of hands on this one because it's going to be divisive. All of those in favor of denying heavy manufacturing, raise your hand. All in favor of allowing it. That is a 4 vote to deny with 3 to accept. Motion fails. It is 12:07. What do y'all want to do? You want to break for lunch?
Dwayne?
Well, we were going to pull item 24, and we also need to do,
18.
yeah, we were through with 17, with item 24. Y'all want to take 24 and then break? That'll get us at kind of at a breaking point.
Yeah.
Okay, consider item number 24, consideration of possible action on matters relating to water budget and irrigation requirements for city-maintained parks and sports fields, Santa Fe Golf Course, Fairmont Cemetery. Roger Havlick, and I got the timer on you, buddy.
Make sure I can find
So
it.
let's breeze through this.
For some reason, it's not on.
I'm about ready to call a break. I'm getting votes up here to say let's call a break.
Well, before we take a break, I just would like to make sure that last item is not put on consent, because I want to pull it for spite for next month.
It won't be on consent. How many want to break and how many want to take off on this? Got 2 that's already broke. Anybody else going to break?
I'll keep it short.
You got it. It's going to be short?
He's gonna
Okay.
gonna do short.
Go ahead. We still have a quorum.
I would say good morning, but we're now in the afternoon. So
Yeah,
good
no.
afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I am Roger Hovlock. I'm the Park Superintendent with the City of San Angelo. We've actually looked at this back in September and October of last year. From y'all's direction, y'all wanted us to bring this back to council during the budget sessions. We are at that point, and so here we are. We want to talk about water budgets and water needs. The purpose of this presentation is to discuss water requirements, possible options for water budget rates for city-maintained parks and sports fields, Santa Fe Golf Course, Fairmount Cemetery for the upcoming fiscal year. Of course, we all know the reasons for supplemental irrigation. I'll be brief with this. Basically, to sustain healthy landscapes and safe playing surfaces for the enjoyment of the general public, to minimize soil erosion and excessive weed populations, and to avoid the replacement costs from plant injury death due to drought stress. We have seen the death and injury to many of our parks and Fairmount Cemetery and other places along the river. Y'all have noticed it, the public has noticed it. You can see in the numbers we have had several trees that have died because of lack of water. Much of that reason is because of lack of funding to be able to place the water out. That and of course the drought levels that we were in, and to be conservative. What we would like to discuss though is that we do have inadequate funding for consistent irrigation to minimize the impacts on the turf, the trees, and other landscape plants. We also need to want to make y'all aware of the fact that even if we're not irrigating, we do have other water needs for restrooms, fountains, drinking fountains, things of that nature. The other point that I'd like to make are that the stormwater fees began back in 2010. Although we were assessed those fees, we were never given any additional dollars in our budgets to offset that cost. And then, of course, the option at one time was to look at either waiving the fees for those that I've mentioned, or lessening those water fees for city-maintained spaces. Just a very, very brief update of where we're at. Parks Department maintains roughly 555 acres. There's 356 acres in parks, close to 200 acres in sports fields, and roughly 300 acres of those parks and sports fields have viable irrigation. Of that, 194 acres are in parks, 43 acres in sports fields, which I do need to point out, that 43 acres is paid for by those associations. That includes SASA off of Glenna, Northern Little League, Western Little League, those types. And of course, another point I'd like to make is that in terms of drip irrigation for trees, we only have them in places or locations that were renovated or new locations. For example, Producers Park, City Park, those types of things. They're not for all the mature trees. It'll only be for those that are newly planted or those that are very young. We also have 55 acres of irrigated turf at the Texas Bank Sports Complex. Fairmount Cemetery has 57 acres, and the golf course has 36. This is just a kind of a snapshot of all the different locations that we maintain within the Parks Department. And you can see there's different colors. And basically those colors mean that those in blue are those that have irrigation systems that just need minor repairs at this point, which our budget can withstand. It does not mean that those are the ones that we were actually utilizing. It just means those have the systems in place. The red are those that need major repairs, but do have systems in place. The black is no irrigation system at all. The orange is the Texas Bank Sports Complex, which we have allocated funds to repair the valves and fittings that we spoke about a year ago. And then the green, of course, is the golf course. And to bring that irrigation system back into play where it would do well throughout the entire site, it would probably take about $60,000 to $75,000. Okay, cost. Prior to 2011, our department or division paid about $2.81 per 1,000 gallons. That's in total. That's stormwater fees, base fee, any other fee that's assessed on that bill that I receive. We were at approximately $2.81. There was an increase in rates to where during the non-drought level and the water conservation level, so to speak, okay, greater than 24 months of water, we then moved to $4.20 per 1,000 gallons. At that point, we were never provided any additional funds to offset those costs. So, at $4.20 per 1,000 gallons, it cost me, out of my budget, roughly $114 per acre for 1 inch of water. And of course, from our standpoint, our cap at what we think our requirements are at this point, based on evaporation, transpiration from the plants, rainfall, in which we look at it from effective rainfall. And what I mean by that is, just to give you a quick example, in some of our areas, we received anywhere from 7 to 10 inches in the city. We went out last Thursday with a backhoe to do some tests. And in some areas, it only penetrated 10 to 12 inches. In others, it was down 40 inches and still wet. So there are differences in locations as you look across that. But the reason why I bring that up is in terms of inches of water, we feel that we would need a minimum, or at least a maximum of 38 inches, a minimum of 28 inches in a given normal year with normal rainfall, okay? At 30 inches of rainfall, I'm sorry, 30 inches of water per year, per acre, the cost would be $4,332 per acre. If you look at all the park's acreage, the 194 acres that we have, I would need a budget of $840,000 for that at $4.20 per thousand gallons. The sports complex would need $238,000 a year. Fairmount Cemetery would need $247,000 per year, and Santa Fe Golf Course would need about $156,000 per year. I went back and looked at usage over the last 6 years, and we looked at gallons used. I couldn't look at dollars used because we've changed. Not only did we change from $2.81 to $4.20, but as we're in these drought levels, the surcharges and things like that. So I went back and looked at gallons, and those numbers just reflect that gallonage based on $4.20. And you can see that in parks, we were about at 172 in 2010, 203,000, and so forth. And you can see where it went dramatically down for the last 2 years, of course, with the drought levels and so forth. Texas Bank Sports Complex is similar. Fairmount Cemetery is similar. The reason why I bring this up is you have to understand those numbers are based on very few areas being watered. That's not the 194 acres. That's probably more like in the parks end of it, less than 100 acres. Sports complex, probably about anywhere from 25 to 45, depending on if we're watering outside the fences. And Fairmount Cemetery, it's 57 acres. Again, that's about what they would have used in dollars. If you look at our budgets, though, I have $207,000, which is about a fourth, maybe, of that $840,000 that I just spoke of. Texas Bank Sports Complex budget at $42,000. Fairmount Cemetery at $16,000, and I just put a footnote there. Only allows for 2 to 3 irrigations of 1 inch of water per year. Okay, so it's very limited. There's an obvious deficit.
Roger, that's your current budget.
That's current budget for 2013 and 14.
And on that note, that's the real reason we're having this discussion, is that during the budget cycle, the direction y'all gave me was that when we were at the point of those accounts running out of money, we were to come back for clear direction from you. So that's why we're here, is because we don't need that today, but you need to know we're at that point.
Okay, so if we look at this in a chart form, you can see the number of acres for each site, what our current budget is. And again, as I mentioned before, if we look at the 38 inches of water at $4.20, I would need about $840,000. At $4.20 per thousand for 28 inches of water, which is that more of a minimum, that means you're putting limitations, basically, on us being able to make decisions that we need to make to keep things healthy and viable. We're at 620, and you can see the numbers as they go down. What we would suggest is the 38 inches, and in fact, I was given direction to leave the park's value or fund value the same. That's why you're seeing $207,094, $207,948 all the way across. If you'll look, though, and I can pinpoint right here, at 38 inches of water, if you put my rate, and that's a total rate, stormwater fees, everything included, it would need to be at $1.04 per thousand gallons to maintain the park's value at 207. That's the direction I was given to be. Okay? If we look at the 28 inches, you can see you would have to put it at $1.41 per thousand gallons. And I could leave my budget alone and still have enough water for 28 inches, or the 38, again at $1.04. The Texas Bank Sports Complex would need $59,000 in its budget. Fairmount Cemetery, $61,000, and I think Two Pro Management would appreciate $39,000 as a budget for theirs as well, at $1.04. Again, we mentioned the non-irrigation use. I just wanted to place that in the presentation. It's not a slide that y'all have seen before. For buildings, other features, you're looking at a total, including the stormwater fees, of about $35,000 for parks. The sports complex, roughly $9,500, and Fairmount Cemetery, about $1,290. So when you add those two together, this is what our recommendation is to bring our fees to $1.04 per thousand, and then provide us with a budget that takes care of the landscape portion and the non-irrigation portion of $242,641. At the sports complex, the budget would be $68,532 when you add those two components together. Fairmount Cemetery would be $62,290. And Santa Fe Golf Course, again, we're under contract with those, so I couldn't really speak on behalf of them for that portion. But what we would ask is to have an amount, we put $10,000 to be able to go in and at least have some monies for the trees along the river. If they choose not to irrigate and we come in and want to irrigate, it does give us some freedoms to do that, to be able to handle that. Mr. Sillis?
Roger, on the Santa Fe Golf, so what about the greens? They
take care of their own greens and they pay their own bills for that. And again, I've included them in this discussion because, and you know, others would benefit from it too. It'd be San Angelo ISD, Angelo State University. We're the ones that have the acreage. The normal use that y'all are talking about residential, you're talking about a 5,000 square foot landscape. You know, the parks that we manage are in some cases up to 50 acres, and parks of 12 acres, 14 acres, stuff like that. And so we're talking a lot different types, but the main component is to consider looking at lessening our fee in total to $1.04 per thousand, and then providing the budgeted amounts. Again, I hope to never use $242,641, but that gives me my cap. Okay, but on a good rainy year, I may use half of that and still have money left over in the bank. But again, if you give me, you know, let's say $150,000 and give me the $1.04, then you're putting limitations. Again, we're going back to picking and choosing what areas we're going to have to focus that money in on. And you're going to have areas like Brown Park, Bell Park, Harmon Park along the river that we are going to lose landscapes and trees and things like that. I have to take care of things that are what are considered priority, and the expectations are high.
Let me ask you a question, Roger. You're saying your water right now is costing you $4.20?
When we're not in any type of drought level, okay, and yes, so yes.
And you
As
want
a
us
whole.
to, and you want us to reduce this to $1.04 per thousand. So
As a
you're
total.
asking for the taxpayers to subsidize the city 75% of their watering
We
budget?
need to clarify that, Roger. What we're doing is, and Shane can speak to this is really their item, but when we came during the budget session, we told council that the money allocated, that you had currently allocated in the budget, was not going to cover it. And I asked for decisions at that point. There were various opinions on whether that. Some people thought that public space, the water should be given, that, you know, we should use that and the department shouldn't be charged. Others thought differently. So council chose not to make a decision at that point. What staff told you is, I can guarantee you there is not enough funding that has been placed in these budgets to cover it. The sports complex is a prime example of that. And that when those dollars got there, I was going to insist that this item come back to council for discussion as to what you wanted us to do. Do you want us to stop watering the sports complex, or do you want to come up with a way to fund that? So that's why it's coming back, because, and he's suggesting this is an option.
This
because
is
that's
one option.
There was some consensus that those dollars should be lowered for public open spaces, things that everyone could use, those dollars would be lowered. That's just one option. We can quit watering. We can put extra money in, we can lower the rate, there's all kinds of options, and we don't need a decision today, but I wanted to make sure y'all were well informed that this issue still exists, as we said it would exist when we went through the budget cycle last year.
Well, if the cost of raw water cost everybody in San Angelo $4.20, because we all have to pay the storm water, and the way I see it, you're asking for a 75% subsidy. That's the way. Am I right or wrong?
You may be correct, but that's a decision for y'all to make.
I can't see that. I can't see when everybody in the city's paying $4.20, and then they subsidize the city to. I can't see it.
He gave that as an example. That is one option. Right. He could put up other options. You can increase the budget by X hundred thousands of dollars. That's an option. So those
I think
are
this
various
is a budget
options.
issue. Is what I.
Well, it is a budget issue.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do you have something, Marty?
Well, I think the main thing we make sure we don't allow to happen is what we allowed a couple of years ago, and that's for all those trees to start dying at Fairmont and everywhere else. I don't particularly care to give them a to subsidize. I mean to set their water rate cheaper, but I say we find the money for them to water appropriately the way they need to water.
Well,
if we need, if he needs 38's great, 28's slim, then I say they bring it back to us as a budget item at 33 inches. Roger and his staff are great at knowing when to water and not overwater, and we let them do it as they need to, and then we just figure out the way to fund it. And however we need, if we need to do that in a motion or whatever, let me know.
Don?
I have more questions than anything. Number one, and this may be a Michael question, can we not take money from our sales tax that lists parks in there? Is that just for new construction versus maintenance?
Are you talking about COSA DC half-cent money?
Yes. Well, not COSA. Under the actual, the other 72%, doesn't it list parks in there on the voted-on portion?
There is, yes, out of that's COSA DC money, and that there is an amount that comes over that I think is in the neighborhood of $250,000.
Oh.
There are two batches.
Yes.
There's
2 batches of money.
There's one that's a ballot item, and there's a supplemental item in addition to that. That supplemental item has been working down each year at the direction of that board and this council, or former councils.
Okay, so why are we talking about taking this out of the general fund instead of out of that?
Because that's been the direction of former councils.
Okay, so what we're doing then is we're taking that money, that's the sales tax money, and we're building new parks with it and letting maintenance of our existing ones go?
Can I address
No,
that?
the additional money that's not part of that was not identified specifically in the ballot, the additional money was to help smooth the transition into an increased maintenance effort on the city side. In other words, when those parks were first built, especially the sports complex, there was a significant increase in the maintenance and operational expense that went with those, that because those didn't exist before or didn't exist at that level before, that maintenance effort was not necessary. So on a temporary basis, COSA DC Board approved an additional amount each year, and at the direction of City Council and at the request of COSA DC, that amount has stepped down. The $250,000 remains. The other $250,000, which was what the other one was, has been stepped down and I think is nearly to zero now.
Well, it appears to me that that's a mistake. I mean, we're talking about taking it out of the general fund when we can possibly take it out of the sales tax fund so that people coming into our city and buy things can help fund exactly what we're talking about. So I think we need to look into that for sure. The second part of my question is, I know that along the river, the $10,000 was for drip irrigation. Is there any way that we can shift some more of that money for the cemetery and along the river to do more irrigation, which is the best utilization of monies for water, because it's best utilization of water, or is that cost prohibitive?
Quite possibly, it's cost prohibitive for that. I mean, the $10,000 is just for the water itself. There's no infrastructure for drip irrigation along that river. We do have a system in place, and it needs about $70,000 to $80,000 worth of repairs since we went under contract with 2Pro Management several years ago, and that's our estimations. But that $10,000 is really just for water only. That's not, we don't have the funds. And you actually brought up a really good point, Mr. Vardaman, that I probably should have addressed in this presentation, and that is, for years now, we have been building and renovating parks. I'll give you a good example, City Park or Producers Park. City Park was already a park that got renovated, but at the conclusion, and when it opened, there was never any additional dollars put in our accounts, whether it's for water or operational. Meadow Creek Park was the same, City Park, Producers Park, which is 13 acres, was put on us, no additional dollars, both for operational and water. So there's a history here, and what tends to happen, and what I think you need to understand as you're going through these sessions, is that if you keep adding these renovated and new, what I'm having to do
Is keep the same
is
budget.
keep the exact same budget.
Right.
That 207,948 I've had for probably 7 years now.
I feel your pain. I've been
Okay.
in front of
Okay.
that same podium.
But the issue here is all of these parks that you see on that board, from the right-hand side especially, those just keep added to that areas that get very little attention. We try to keep the safety issues out of the way, but there's no more water, no more infrastructure, because all of a sudden I have all of these new parks. Concho River project, we just spent $9 or $10 million. I have absolutely zero maintenance dollars, and we've already started taking care of that site.
See, I think that during our budget session, what we need to look at is more revenues. I mean, you know, you're putting good money after bad as far as I'm concerned for us to continue to grow more parks and not grow a maintenance budget to where we can even afford water, much less the rest of the maintenance as far as mowing and those sort of things. You can only stretch that dollar so much.
You're right, Councilman. Rick and I had our first discussion about the additional maintenance burden associated with a redeveloped park when he was doing the planning for Kirby Park. That was well over 10 years ago. We had our first discussion about how are we going to get the additional maintenance burden that goes with this new park worked into the budget.
Well, and I also want to include with that the cemetery. I mean, it's, to me, a travesty, the amount of trees that we've lost at our cemetery, which is on one of the largest travel streets in San Angelo, Avenue N along there. You know, so I want to include it with this stuff.
It's a gateway. Rodney? No, he got it. Charlotte?
Roger, you made a statement that I'm going to have to get Rick or you to clarify for me. You said that these parks were brought online with absolutely no increase to your budget. Now,
Correct.
with each budget of each item, there was a contingency or a maintenance to start up. What happened to those monies? Was it not?
There was, as I recall, Roger's correct, in most cases, we brought on the parks. A lot of them, now some of them are redos, which actually assist in some ways. The way it helps is that you have a new viable irrigation system. The way it hurts is that he may have not had an irrigation system that functioned there at all before. So you bring it on and you now have an efficient system that works properly. It's just that he might have not been paying anything on it before because it just didn't work. So now you actually have an irrigation system that works. But as far as additional funds being added to their budget, typically for a new renovated or a renovated park, usually they did not receive those in their budget.
The amounts for maintenance dollars were given to council each time that they were approved to begin construction. And at the end, the problem is it was never mandatory for those dollars to be put in place.
Okay. You answered my question.
And really our discussion today is, and I don't want us to get too deep into they got operational things that we need to address. But I did not want, we were in a different scenario today than what I thought we'd be in, because last year we were in the scenario of trees are dying. What are y'all doing to save these trees? Well, I wanted council to give clear direction because his budget has maxed out and he hasn't been excessively watering anything. And so he has no more money. So what do we do? Do you want us to stop watering? Do you want us to continue? Last year you made exceptions saying watering the trees, and I don't need you to give me that direction today, but at the retreat might be a good time for y'all to give us that direction. You've got a pretty clear understanding, I think, of what the issue is, and that would be beneficial for us because we don't want to ignore the things that need to be done.
Elizabeth?
I think that of the projects you've put up there, you know, we'll see what opportunities for the sports complex, but the other things, you know, they may not have another funding source other than general fund. But these are well-known facilities, well-utilized facilities that are truly owned by everyone. I mean, I don't think this is an us and them. These are community-owned facilities that need to be properly funded. And as you say, once you lose the trees, it's so hard to reestablish.
Correct.
I will have lost 6 mature pecans when this is all over, and it's devastating to my lot. So I can only imagine what that would be to Fairmount or, you know, to other facilities.
Yes.
Johnny?
You know, Roger, I think the sad thing is, even before 2 Pro came along, you know, I had always heard concerns about Santa Fe Golf Course and the trees. When Mike Terrazas and them were handling, they were always struggling with water. So I wish we would have looked at it back then the way we are today, and I think we would have been better off. But, you know,
I agree.
What's the difference? I mean,
There
they
is no-
struggled and they struggled.
We had to water back then to keep it alive and viable, and we identified that back then. I came here in 2006. If I'm not mistaken, the water budget was $22,000 for 36 acres at the golf course. Unbelievably low. There was no way. That was one of the first things I told our staff. There's no way that I can keep this a viable golf course. We can maybe handle the greens and maybe the tee boxes. There's no way we can do anything with the fairways. Luckily, in 2007, we got a tremendous amount of rain. We were able to do some weed control. Everything came back. We fertilized. Everything did very well. But we've had other years that went down even when we handled it. And so when you're dealing, it's the same thing all over again, Mr. Silvas. When you give me a budget that limits my abilities, it's not that I want to use all the money that you give me, but when you limit what I can do as a manager, I have to pick and choose. And when I do that, you're going to hear gripes from everybody. Somebody's going to be griping somewhere. At Bell Park, if I'm not watering or doing something over there, you're going to hear it. But I have to focus my time and money at Kids Kingdom, which is a 10-year-old park now that costs a lot of money to maintain. And I have limited budgets.
Let me ask you this: at Bell Street, what type of grass we have on those fields?
At the sports complex, it's Tifway 419 Bermuda grass. It's a hybrid Bermuda.
Now, could we have gotten with something lower than? I mean, I always heard that there was a higher end grass that we never should have gone with.
No, not necessarily.
Uses more water.
I was with Extension as a turf specialist for a while before I came here, and I do a lot of consulting work too. And it's really comes down to, and you can throw St. Augustine in this same thing. If you're wanting a certain level of quality and you have a certain amount of use on a specific field or lawn or whatever the case may be, it takes a certain amount of water and other management, which includes fertility and other things to go along with it. I can keep St. Augustine just as green as Bermuda or anything else, and vice versa. But it takes a certain amount. Once it gets past or you're limited, then you start losing some ground. Yes, Tifway 419 is a little bit what I call finicky. In other words, it shows signs of stress a little bit earlier on. It doesn't mean it's a non-healthy grass. You can see we went through a long period of drought where we watered minimally over the last 6 months, and you go out there today and it's a pretty good stand. Common Bermuda grass has a wider, not as dense of a canopy. When you get that, you get weeds that come in, even when it's in a quasi-dormancy stage during dormancy, or during a drought, I'm sorry. Okay? So the use is very appropriate. It's used all over the country. That it is a very good grass, the 419. But again, you have to manage it correctly to get what you need. And that's what we try to do. We don't try to go overboard, but we do try to manage it correctly. And I have to manage a common Bermuda differently than I do the 419.
Marty?
Oh, I'm in support of discussing this at the budget meeting. Do we have everything covered until we find him the money?
We'll be fine. I mean, we know that, I think I got clear direction from y'all. We don't want to quit watering trees and those kind of things. So we will make that work until we discuss it with y'all any further.
Okay, yeah, because if we need a motion, I'll make that motion. But if they're good with keeping on going, then keep going. I won't stuff watered until we figure it out.
I don't think we heard turn off the faucet today. So
Okay.
At any rate, obviously,
All right.
they're not overwatering to begin with. They're being very conservative. So we'll continue in that same format.
Thank you.
I get it?
Thank
Okay. It is 12:40. Let me read the executive.
Public comment on this?
Do we need public comment on this? Is there public comment on this? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Roger.
Good afternoon. I'm Eva Horton. I'm chairman of the board of Fairmount Cemetery, and I just wanted to come to the mic to just say how important this is to us. I underline everything that's being said. At Fairmount, the board is doing the best that we can do with the limited funds that we have. We've done everything from lock up faucets, spigots around the cemetery because, folks come out and they want to plant mother's favorite rose bush, whatever. We can't allow that, and that's what's happening. We do, when we sell lots and spaces, we promise perpetual care. And we're between a rock and a hard place right now when it comes to that. So this is very important to us, whether you do it, whether it's the rate fee or whether it's a budget. Please, please consider all of the above. And to hear that the budget has not been changed for that many years that's interesting. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else? Any other comments? Let's take us into executive. There's 3 items we're going to discuss. What do you think, boss, an hour? Well, it is 12:41. If we say we're going to be back by 1:45, do you think we can do it? Executive session under the revision of Government Code Title V, Open Government Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government Chapter 551, Open Meetings, Subchapter D, Exception to Requirement that meetings be open under the following sections. Section 5510711, to consult with attorney on contemplated litigation. Section 55107.2, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551087, to discuss an offer of financial or other incentive to a company or companies with whom the City of San Angelo is conducting economic development negotiations in which the City of San Angelo seeks to have, locate, stay, or expand in San Angelo. It is 12:42. We will do our best to be back by 1:45. And if I'm not back by 1:45, I'll come tell you when. We are now dismissed. Let's call this meeting to order. It is 2 o'clock, so we're almost on time. We've got item number 17, first public hearing. Consideration of introducing an ordinance, amending Chapter 12, Article 12, 600, sign regulations of the Code and Ordinance of the City of San Angelo, and ordinance amending Chapter 12, Article 12, 600, sign regulations of the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo by repealing subsection 12, 606.11 entitled Portable Signs in its entirety, and enacting a new subsection 12, 606.11 entitled Portable Signs, providing for portable signs to be limited to 180 days, and enacting a new subsection 12.606.1J, providing for the requirement of identifying labels visible from the street, indicating the expiration date of the portable sign at the location, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. And you are not Patrick Howard.
I am not Patrick Howard, no, sir.
Take it away, Al.
I'm Al Torres, building official, and I'm actually going to be presenting items 17 and 18. We submitted them together. They're both changes to the sign ordinance. They're relatively simple, straightforward changes, so hopefully I won't take too much of your time. First one, 17, deals with the portable sign ordinance. Currently, the portable sign ordinance states that people have a total of 90 days per aggregate calendar year that they can basically take out a permit for portable signs. This item was brought to us by Councilman Fleming. We've looked at it, run it through the process, and basically the request was that we look at changing that to 180 days. So that would be the only change to that portion of the ordinance. However, the other thing we discussed when we talked about this, when we first brought it to you, was that this is going to increase load on our inspectors as far as enforcement goes. So what we would like to do is we added a section where we would want to add, this is a policy that we had at one time, we basically just want to bring it back, where we add a decal to the portable signs that makes it easy for our inspectors to see from their vehicles as they're driving by whether a sign is expired or not. That's going to really help with our enforcement of these signs. So anyway, like I said, it's pretty straightforward. It's changing the date that portable signs are allowed from 90 to 180 days and adding the statement about the decals. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Go, Rodney.
I move that we accept the ordinance as you've presented it.
Anybody want to second that? Well, then I'll second it. And if you want to call that 365 days instead of 180, I'll second that one as well. This sign ordinance needs to go to the way of the Goonie bird. This is not a good ordinance. Yeah. It's never been good law.
Well,
but
what's the downside?
Hmm?
What is the downside?
How do you really feel, Mayor?
I have comments. I'll just hold my hand up down here quietly.
Go ahead, comment.
I'd like to think that portable signs are used for temporary purposes, sales, special events. Maybe someone just moved into a new location that's not retail, but again, temporary. And so 90 days seems generous throughout a calendar year. And the idea of 180 days, if I do my math right, is almost half a calendar year. So to me, the use of a portable sign for this purpose is kind of contradictory to its intention. Also, the portable signs, even though they're, I think, a higher quality than they used to be, are also regularly put into the public right-of-way and become very problematic for inspectors and for the driving public. So I think they're very good at what they do, but they should not be used any more than what the ordinance currently now specifies.
One of the basic principles or ideas behind the sign ordinance is to reduce visual clutter. So that was originally the intent in limiting these, is to try to cut down on the number of them that you see around town. On the other hand, it's a very economical way for small businesses to advertise.
Yes.
So basically,
Say that again.
It's an economical way for small businesses to advertise.
It is a very economical way for a small business to advertise what they sell and to exist.
Yes, sir. So it's a matter of striking a balance between the two ideas.
Say it again, Rodney.
This is a great deal for small businesses. I'm one of those small businesses. I don't use this. Well, actually, I have used one of these signs in the past. It's been years ago. But I had this small business owner, Kristen Oliver, came to me and asked me if we could do something to, she didn't want it all year round. She also tries to tell her clients, this does not work effectively if you do 6 months in one spot, or if you don't change your sign, actually even monthly, change the wording on the sign. And so that's why she said the 180 days she felt was real good, because she has clients, a lot of clients that do like a 30-day on, 30-day off. And that's where we kind of came up with the 180 days. There's a lot of small businesses out there that can't afford newspaper advertising, which is outrageous. It's very, very high. And TV, of course, is out of the question. You can't afford that. So this is like a last resort for a lot of very small businesses. There's a lot of hairstylists and beauticians, barbers, people like that need these type of routes to advertise. And I think this isn't hurting anyone. I'm not asking for it to just be lifted where it's year-round. Your sticker on the deal, I agree with. I think it needs to be as easy as you can possibly make it for you guys, and so we can make sure of that. So I think this is a great deal. I hope that it moves forward.
And there already are restrictions in this ordinance that says where you can put them. You can't put these things in the right-of-way. They have to be placed on, so that's already done. That's that's a redundant statement.
That's correct, and that's just a matter of enforcement, and
Yeah.
that's just a
And
matter of
that's
being
easy to
understaffed.
enforce.
And
It's
it
in the
never
right of way,
happens,
you
does
have them
it?
move it.
It never happens. They're never in the right of way.
No, it does happen.
Charlotte?
Well, about the clutter, I'm thinking of Sherwood Way. After you leave Avenue N and before you get to Southwest Boulevard, if every business down there has got a portable sign out there, the clutter for just seeing traffic because of the same height as a vehicle is bothersome to me. I mean, how do we address that?
I guess it depends on which side of it. If you're trying to make a living and sell a product, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And when you've got a sign that will sit out there and work for you for $30 a month, or $40, whatever they are, as opposed to $250 to $300 a day for a little 2x2 newspaper ad, it's economics. It's trying to keep people alive in their small businesses.
Well, ideally, Ms. Farmer, Councilman Farmer, is that the portable signs should not be in the public right-of-way, which means they shouldn't be obstructing the view of traffic. But like Councilwoman
I'll
Grassstaff
wait for
says,
the
sometimes
yeah.
it does happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I think that, again, no one's here trying to hurt small business, and it's an opportunity just like banners and other things that the council has approved. But what we're allowing right now under the current ordinance essentially is the use of this sign 1 out of every 4 days. And what you're proposing is 1 out of every 2 days. And I think that these aren't meant to be permanent signage, and that's essentially what they're becoming. The clutter down Sherwood Way, I think, is unbelievable. And there are places where they are maybe out of the public right-of-way, but they are still a hindrance to sight where the right-of-way itself is very shallow. And there are a lot of places we could say across from HEB, some of the areas, not directly, but in that vicinity. And they're, I think, to be used this much is not the intention of the sign.
Rodney?
Under that same argument, today, you could have all those same people have all those signs for a 90-day period, and they would be there. So, I mean,
So I don't want to double it.
it's staggered effect also. Everybody doesn't have the signs up at the same time. I think the benefits far outweigh the negatives on this, and especially when it just comes down to whether you can afford it or not. And small businesses, this is the route that they have to go. I can't believe that we're even talking about this like this.
Just different points of view.
With all due respect, there will always be an opposing view.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I was into small business, and I know what that portable sign did for me, and I know what it did to me when the city took it away.
Yes, sir. Well, as I said,
I remember it well.
There's arguments on both sides, so it's just a matter of what the council decides they want
I
to do.
guess it just depends on if you want to eat, you need to sell something, and these signs help you eat.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I will sit over here and I will behave, but that's not really fair because everyone up here wants businesses to do well.
Then let's give them tools.
What you want your community to look, I can filibuster all day long on this one, and I may get voted down, and I'm happy with that. But what you want your community to look like in the end is very much dictated by these types of activities. And we struggle with signage. We want people to have what they need to be a successful business. But in the end, everybody then has to deal with sort of the visual clutter. And what you have are a bunch of signs that become very ineffective because there are so many, they're so prolific that you lose the impact. And that becomes our norm. And I think that's really bad urban design and poor community design.
Any further council comment on this?
No.
Do I have anything from the audience on this? Did you have something, Patrick?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think, staff was obviously directed to bring back this ordinance, and this is what we've done, and we essentially are allowing you to weigh in on what you believe is appropriate given the context of what we're talking about. I think visual clutter is a problem. I think that this doesn't necessarily address that per se. I think that wholesale, we need to look at signage in general and think about what would be appropriate. And so I think if you were to elect to direct staff to look at signage more specifically and more comprehensively, we certainly be willing to do that. I think that it is a problem, and it can be a detractor. But as it relates to what's being presented here, staff was asked to bring back an ordinance with the specific direction of extending the time period. However, I mean, there are obviously pros and cons, and we aren't weighing in on that per se.
But you could.
Let's call for the vote. Yes, ma'am.
Just one question. Since this was brought back without a lot of notification to businesses, would it be appropriate if we ask to hear from our business people out there? I mean, I hear from all of those up and down Sherwood Way. I truly hear, and I've got about a 50-50, 50% that wants it and 50% that doesn't because of the clutter, the height of them. It blocks the view of cars exiting and going into various businesses. So I'm just asking if that's a possibility, if we should vet it a little more with our business community out there.
I might also add, Sherwood Way is a very important part of our city, but it is not all of our city. There are businesses in the other parts of our town other than Sherwood Way, and we need to work for all of our businesses. They all need help.
Well,
Go ahead, sir.
Well, I guess my concern is I was on the council just right when all the sign ordinance, it literally divided San Angelo. And it took a long time to get over it for you know, it was basically like the Civil War. I mean, brothers were fighting brothers, and I know this is a minor change. I'm just leery of what, if we do one, does that open the door to start the whole process over again? And that's
I would say no, because we've tweaked this thing 24 times since I've been on the council. I know I've brought a half a dozen of them up, and I will continue. Now I've got some help. Thank you, Rodney. Because this whole sign ordinance needs to go away. But we've done it before. We've changed the laws on banners, on signs. We've extended times. This is just one thing that we're dealing with.
So
no big deal.
So someone lets you get your foot in the door and you won't stop, huh?
Ain't no big deal.
I think that's a good characterization.
Let's call for the vote. And I'm going to ask for a show of hands on this one because it's going to be divided.
Public comment?
I've already asked for public comment.
I'm sorry.
All of those in favor of going from 90 days to 180, hold up your hand. We've got a 3. All of those not in favor. It's a 3-3 vote. We're going to have to put it off on, put it back on the next council meeting. We'll have Silvas and we'll decide it.
Can you do that?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
We can. Put it back on the next, since it was a tie vote, there's no decision made. So put it on the next one, please. Let's move on. Number 18. First public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance, City of Ordinance, City of San Angelo, an ordinance of the City of San Angelo, Texas, amending Chapter 12 entitled Planning and Development, Article 12, 600. We're on the same thing again?
We had originally submitted this as 2 separate sign ordinance changes.
More particularly by amending Section 12604 entitled On-Site Regulations in order to allow freestanding signs to be placed at an angle on lots at the intersection of 2 streets, amending subsection 12606 entitled Portable Signs in order to extend the period a portable sign may be placed from 90 days to 180 days, and to require an identifying label indicating the expiration date of a portable sign, providing for a penalty for the violation of this ordinance, providing for severability, providing an effective date. Your own.
Yes, sir. Again, to explain that, we originally submitted this as 2 separate requests. We combined them into one, but somehow in the captioning, they got listed as 2 again. So the second one.
Move it to the next meeting.
Yeah, can we move it to the next meeting?
Because it's got the vote is the same thing. It's
well,
still,
no. This is basically this is 2 parts. One of it is a portable sign part. The second part has to do with corner lots, signs at corner lots.
But we're still dealing with the 90 to 180 days.
Yeah.
Well, Alicia.
You're right, Mr. Mayor.
This will be different.
Somebody make me a motion and let's deal with it.
I move we move it to next week, or to
Second.
the next council meeting.
Second.
We'll work with city
postpone,
staff and
I'm
get that
sorry.
corrected. Okay.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We'll move it to next meeting. Number 19, first public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance.
done
amending
it.
chapter- Number 19 is done. Number 20, first public hearing, consideration, introducing an ordinance, amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance, Code of Ordinance of the City of San Angelo. An ordinance of the City of San Angelo amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, entitled Zoning Ordinance, more particularly by amending Article 8, entitled Definitions, Section 803, entitled Measurements, subsection 803C, entitled Floor Area, in order to remove attic space from the determination of floor area, providing for severability, providing for an effective date of this ordinance. Patrick, you are on, sir.
Thank you. Additionally, per your request, staff was asked or directed to go back and look at the floor area ratio. What we found is that in the current ordinance, the floor area ratio for attics was included and obviously limited the amount of floor area that one could use for living space. And so this ordinance, in effect, does not include that calculation for the floor area ratio as it relates to attics. It went to Planning Commission and was approved, and staff also recommends approval.
Somebody want to make a motion on this and get us started?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion to approve this as it is written, to remove attic space from determination of floor area. I do have a second. Further comment from council? Public comment? All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposing, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one, please. Number 21, first public hearing. Consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance, the Code of Ordinance, City of San Angelo, Concho Valley Turning Point Incorporated, Z 1409, and an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the Code of Ordinance, City of San Angelo, which said Exhibit A of Chapter 12, adopts zoning regulations, use district, and zoning map in accordance with the comprehensive plan, by changing the zoning and classification of the following property to wit: 528 East Highland Boulevard, located approximately 100 feet west of the intersection of East Highland Boulevard and Powell Street. This property specifically occupies approximately 0.35 acres of Fort Concho addition, the south 156.72 feet of Lot 12, and the south 156 feet of Lot 13 in central San Angelo, changing the zoning classification from two-family resident district, RS2, to low-rise multifamily residence district, RM1 district, providing for severability, providing a penalty. Brother Howard, you are on, sir.
Okay. As been stated, the applicant would like to rezone the property from RS2 to RM1. This is consistent with the vision plan map. It did receive approval from the Planning Commission, and staff has also recommended approval. What I'm providing here is a vicinity map that shows the subject property outlined in red. The adjacent property is also already zoned RM1, with the balance of the uses in the general vicinity RS2, with obviously the area to the south across Highland being light manufacturing. This is just an aerial that shows the same subject property outlined in red. And then this is the vision plan map that shows the recommended land use for the area. And then lastly, looking at the subject property from all directions, north, east, west, and lastly south.
And we are trying, they've asked to change this from low-rise, from family residence district RS2 to low-rise multifamily residence district RM1. Somebody help me out here.
Motion to approve.
Somebody second me.
Second.
Do I have a motion to approve with a second? Do I have further council discussion? Do I have comments from the public? All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Let's put a 6-0 on that. First public hearing. Number 22, in consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance, Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo, Z 1404, Terry Shaner, Galilee, CDC. An ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the Code of Ordinance, City of San Angelo, which said Exhibit A of Chapter 12 adopts zoning regulations, use districts, and a zoning map in accordance with a comprehensive plan by changing the zoning and classification of the following property to wit: an unaddressed tract of land located northeast of the intersection of Roosevelt Street and South Buchanan, and northeast of the intersection of Roosevelt Street and South Florence Street. This property specifically includes approximately 3.3 acres of land out of the Robert Gearhart Survey 325, Abstract 237 and 208 and 214 South Buchanan, and 207, 211, and 215 South Florence Street, more specifically being 2.13 acres out of the Robert Gearhart Survey 325, Abstract 237, in central San Angelo, changing the zoning classification from single-family residential RS1 to low-rise multifamily residential RM1 district, providing for severability, providing a penalty. Go, sir.
Okay. The applicant is requesting a change in zoning to RM1 from RS1. It did receive approval from Planning Commission. It is consistent with the vision for the area, and staff also recommends approval of such. Here's the vicinity map with the subject property outlined in red. As you can see, there are single-family uses primarily in the area, although south of Roosevelt, you'll see some multifamily as well. Here's an aerial of the subject property. The vision plan map. And then lastly, views from all directions. North view, looking south. Another south view, actually. West. And then looking east.
The ordinance is proposed that we go from single-family residential RS1, low-rise multifamily residential RM1. Somebody help me out. Johnny's not here.
So-
This is his district, or is this yours, Don?
It's mine. Move for
Okay.
approval. It's right on the border, I think.
Anybody want to second
I'll
Don's
second
motion?
that.
Do have a motion. I do have a second. Do I have further council discussion? Public discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Put a 6-0 on that one, please. First public hearing, number 23. Consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance, Code of Ordinance of the City of San Angelo, Z14-10, Plateau Development, LLC. An ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the Code of Ordinance of the City of San Angelo, Texas, which said Exhibit A of Chapter 12 adopts zoning regulations, use districts, and the zoning map in accordance with the comprehensive plan, by changing the zoning and classification of the following property to wit: an unaddressed 1-acre tract located at the northwest section of the intersection of West Beauregard and Moritz Circle, more specifically occupying the Claremore Heights addition, Block 1, lots 4 through 6, southwest San Angelo, changing the zoning classification from zero lot line, twin home, and townhouse residence, RS3, to low-rise multifamily residence, RM1 district, providing for severability, providing a penalty.
Okay, the applicant is requesting RM1 from RS3, which would allow for greater density, which staff believes is appropriate. The Planning Commission did as well, as they recommend approval of the request, and the vision plan map is consistent with the request. Here's the subject properties outlined in red. As you can see, there is a myriad of different uses in the general area. There's RS1 to the south and some neighborhood commercial. Across Sherwood Way, there is some general commercial, heavy commercial, and then to the far northeast, you can see some general commercial as well. And here's just an area of the property. Vision plan map recommendation, and then views from the subject property, north and south, looking east, and lastly west.
The proposal is to go from a zoning classification zero lot line, twin home, townhouse residence, RS3, to low-rise multifamily residence, RM1. This is yours, Charlotte.
Yes.
Get us started, please.
I've talked to the developer as well as the contractor on this, and they do plan to put in townhomes, and this land has been vacant ever since I've been in San Angelo, and I'm tickled to death to say motion to approve.
Second.
Do have a motion to approve. I have a second. Further counsel, Rodney.
Where's the mail-outs on this to the residents across the street?
The appropriate applicants were notified. We didn't include that in the presentation. As I recall,
were there
was
any
not
negatives?
opposition.
None? I'd hate to approve this and have that house, because I've actually showed the house across the street, the big house, and have that person be upset that we were doing this, because this could go to a 2-story. If we change this zoning, it can go to a small apartment complex.
But you said you did,
No,
there
we
is,
didn't.
there's no notification?
There wasn't, I didn't bring that with me there, but from what I recall, there wasn't opposition. And I mean, typically, folks don't always respond, and so we get very limited. I mean, we may look at other methods, obviously, to try to get the community, gauge the community's interest, but there wasn't a lot of response for this.
Could I clarify, you did send the legally
Yes,
required
we
notice
did.
according to the statute?
200
Okay.
feet, yes. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I know for a fact that it's not an apartment community. It's kind of.
I know, but it's kind of like we were talking about earlier with industrial. Once you do that, once you change that classification, they can come in there and they can put apartment complex in there if they want to, 2-story.
You can pull it on the second reading like I did this morning on my spite one. Do I have a motion to approve? Do I have public comment on this? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
We'll put a 5-1 on that one, please. Number 24 we have done. Number 25, discussion, possible action, fiscal year 214-215 budget preparation. Budget Manager, Ms. Morgan, you are on, ma'am.
Good afternoon. We're coming to y'all a little earlier in the year this year to start the budget preparation process. And I apologize, my presentation's not queued up. It should be in your background, but I'll get it up here just a second. That today we wanted the opportunity to go over with you the budget calendar and budget process, where we are so far in our next fiscal year 2015 budget process. And so we in February, March, budget staff prepared the budget calendar, and it was approved in March to proceed in allowance with our own internal policies and council directives and state law. In April, we've been busy working with divisions, holding trainings, holding budget kickoff, preparing revenue estimates, and drafting the first draft of the budget, which is very, very early. Ordinarily, we'd like to bring this to y'all. We'll bring figures to y'all at the next meeting, and so we're preparing for that information. Also, then we're into May, which we, of course, just finished having expenditure packets out to all the division managers and department directors. Everybody got their expense budgets in, all of their criteria in, and we went on and did our site visits with each of those folks to receive their budget from them. And then my staff, we've been working quickly to get information back out to the budget committee. One change, of course, on this calendar is we're going to forego that June 10th day for the council's retreat and instead convene the budget committee again on the 16th. So we'll meet with the budget committee June 9th, 11th, 12th, and 13th, and the 16th. And so that'll be a quick turnaround to get you information on the 17th for the next council meeting, but we're working diligently so that we can have some overview, some figures to present to y'all for the major funds. Then on into July, we have tentatively scheduled July 15th as a budget work session. We're certainly flexible for whatever is the council's pleasure. We just wanted to get one down because we assume we'll have some kind of work session as it's the council's pleasure. And then we get into August, which gets into our Truth in Taxation Code, which we are attending webinars and free trainings that are available to make sure that we're compliant with the new legislation that's come out that will require additional notices and additional items. So we just want to make sure that we're super clear on how all that needs to be done. And that'll start in the August 5th and 19th meetings and continue on into the September meetings when we'll ultimately adopt the budget ordinance and the tax levy ordinance. And that gets us through the budget process. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes. We're working diligently to bring y'all a product that we can work with and continue to make changes with and assign to council's priorities. And so none of that to report at this time, but we're working towards that.
Go ahead, sir.
I do want to mention that as far as priorities will be discussed as well during our retreat on Tuesday of next week. to ensure that we have a really thorough understanding as far as what those priorities are. And we're also going to have areas in particular that we'll be working on as it pertains to water, as it pertains to streets, that we'll delve into quite extensively. So we'll be covering a lot of that also at the retreat, which will lead into also the budget process.
So what do we need today? Just approve your plan?
Sure, yes, sir. There's no action necessary. We
No
just wanted
action?
Necessary.
Okay.
We just wanted to brief the council and let you know where we are in our process.
Do we have questions, council?
Mayor.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Morgan.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to emphasize that the budget is full of dilemmas like we talked about this morning. That was a good budget discussion, or a good discussion of a dilemma which exists within multiple times within the budget. How do we fund, either adequately fund something we think we need to be doing, or how do we pull back on something we're doing because we don't feel like we want to adequately fund it? And so the only way to work through those issues is to spend time, this group to spend time working on those issues. So this is a plea for making time either in regular council meetings or in special meetings, or aside from those if you have one-on-one issues, we are available. That's our offer and our plea, that we spend time on those issues so that we reach as good an understanding as we can get to make those budgetary decisions.
It's all just money, isn't it?
That's all.
Just money?
Well, sometimes there's not money, and that requires discussion also. So
Well, we've got a tree that we can grow it on. So
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Thank y'all.
Better be a big one.
Let's move on. Number 26, consideration of authorizing staff to negotiate an agreement in substantially the attached form with Freeze and Nichols Incorporated Professional Services per request for qualifications RFQ ES 0214 Professional Services Stormwater Engineering Services in an amount not to exceed $100,000 per year, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement between the city of San Angelo and Freeze and Nichols. And I believe we've dealt with this before, hadn't we, Carl?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council.
You're on, sir.
Yes, I was here 2 weeks ago. Excuse me, I have trouble getting my presentation up here. Yeah, I was here 2 weeks ago, and just want to clarify a few things. There may be some information I really didn't cover, and kind of apologize in advance for doing this twice and taking up your time. But I just want to make sure you had all information that was there. The engineering division is in need of some engineering services for a stormwater engineer. Right now, I think last week, I'm the only engineer in the engineering services division. There's other engineers in the water sewer division. But for me to do both of those jobs, it's really going to take down the productivity of both of the jobs unless we can move forward on this. But I just want to kind of give you some information. We went out for a RFQ on this, ES 214. We sent out 10 proposals, had 2 returned. And to do this, we have to comply with state law and on our purchasing procedures. And of course, that goes through our purchasing division and through legal. And we follow all that to the letter to make sure we're following the law. And the law that we're looking at is it's under the Texas Government Code, if you care to look at that someday, but it's Chapter 2254. Basically says we have to judge those based on qualifications. We can't select a architect, engineer, or surveyor based on low bid type scenario. And after we reviewed the proposals, Freeze and Nichols of Fort Worth was clearly the most qualified provider over a local firm here, Blau & Associates. They've done several projects for us in the past. Just want to kind of show you what they've done there. And this is with us here at the City of San Angelo. Over the last 10 years, they've dealt with assisted us with numerous stormwater-related issues. They've assisted in preparing the latest version of COSA's stormwater ordinance. They only work with the public sector in San Angelo, so they're not working with developers and us, and that could create a conflict of interest sometimes, and that was a plus there. They have offices in Midland and Lubbock. They don't have an office actually here in San Angelo, but they are in West Texas. They're based out of Fort Worth here in Texas, but they do have a strong presence in Midland and Lubbock. What we're asking today on action, if you so please, is permission to allow city manager to enter into a contract. Well, first we need to negotiate with Freeze and Nichols. If we can't come to a successful negotiation on fees with them, then we would go down to the second engineering firm. If we do have successful negotiations, then we would come to the city manager with a contract that I think of in your packet. It's this sample. We will be very closely aligned with that and ask him to be able to sign that.
I know we dealt with this 2 weeks ago, and the question was, and the controversy was, that we've got a young, hungry company right here in San Angelo, just a few blocks from City Hall, that wants his contract. And yet we go to Fort Worth for the contract. So, and the question was, why should we go to Fort Worth when we've got a contractor, an engineer right here in town that wants this job and needs this job?
Yeah.
And I understand the qualifications, but it's kind of like credit. They say, I can't give you a loan because you have no credit, but yet you can't get credit until you get a loan. I mean, it's kind of a catch-21 here,
Yeah.
catch-22.
It may be, but that's the way the law is written. It's based on strictly qualifications.
Then explain to me why Freeze and Nichols is so much more qualified that we should go to Fort Worth and hire them instead of hiring one of our own local contractors.
Well, we had the qualifications and the criteria that we selected them in the RFP that went out to all the consultants, so they knew what was going to be judged, how they were going to be judged. I didn't bring that information with me today. I should have.
You have the list here, Carl, that, first of all, you mentioned as far as the specs, that Freeze and Nichols came out ahead, but you also had it on the firm's local and area expertise relating to stormwater, the firm's technical expertise regarding engineering, stormwater, and stormwater permits, the adequateness of personnel and professional resources to provide the services required by the city, and the firm's performance on past stormwater projects for the municipalities. So that's the criteria that you're looking for when you start looking at the qualifications. And when you looked at both parties, what you're saying at this point is one was easily above the other. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, it was clearly Freeze and Nichols.
Rodney, you're first.
So can we go back to them, and when we're negotiating this price, just hit them with the super low price? The thing that I have people coming to me all the time on, and they're tired of us paying for these, these studies and all this stuff, and we get all these people from out of town. And the problem is when we need to talk to them here, like an executive session, it costs thousands and thousands of dollars that they charge us to come and talk to us about something. And I just think that our local guy will be able to beat them on the overall project on this. So can we hammer them on the you just said that. You would, if we don't get it negotiated with them, we could go to number 2, correct?
That's true.
So I don't want to approve $100,000 then.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just a blank check. We've just given them a check that covers everything they want.
Well, on the $100,000, what that is, that's a maximum. And
Up to.
it's not like a retainer like in law a lawyer would have. If we have a specific project that we're going to do, and one Avenue P comes up, for instance, everybody's probably familiar with that there's some engineering we need to tweak on that. That we need somebody that's really familiar with drainage and stormwater to do. That we're negotiate ahead of time on an hourly rate, and then there'll be a number of hours it'll take them to do that. It shouldn't be anywhere near $100,000 for that particular one, but $100,000 would be the maximum per year.
I know, but when I hear a maximum rate, it's kind of like if I was going to sell a house and somebody said, well, I'll pay $100,000. Well, that's what the price is going to be. It's going to be as close to that $100,000 as you can possibly get to it. I think that if we go back to them with the lowest rates that we can get, I think maybe this local guy can compete with that. And overall, he's going to save us money here. This local company is going to save us money.
If I could interject, I mean, I think that our desire is to have in-house expertise, and that's our goal. We've been working feverishly on hiring a stormwater engineer because Carl works for me, and I know that he's inundated with work. And when we're focused on customer service and he's having to do 2 jobs, it becomes very problematic and is counter to what we all know we want in terms of being expeditious and very thorough in our assessments and in our reviews as well. So we don't anticipate having to maximize the contract. Obviously, funds were set aside for a person's salary, which we're saying we're going to be using some portion of it because of the lack of a position, right? And so we envision being able to move quickly. We believe we have a solution in order to secure a seasoned stormwater engineer, but in the interim, we really do need this void filled. The qualifications were outlined. Obviously, the staff will work to negotiate a price that's in the best interest of the city, but our desire is to have in-house expertise in order to carry out this function. So that's not our intent to spend the funds, because we needed to pay an individual. So,
but you understand what I'm saying, Patrick. It's
Absolutely.
a perception thing to the public. When we sit here and if we were to vote and say you have 100,000, that 100,000 is gone.
No. In fact, again, the same funds we're using to pay a stormwater engineer consultant would be the same funds would be using theoretically to pay for an in-house staff personnel that become an asset of the city. And so, again, our desire is to have an internal person, but we do need to secure someone in the interim. So it was just simplest to put aside a certain amount of money that was essentially the salary and benefits for a stormwater engineer. But it is not our intent to expend all those funds, because our hope is that very shortly we'll have someone in-house.
Well, couldn't we just change that and just say like 20,000, 10,000?
And if for whatever reason,
you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. We believe that it's safer just to have a not to exceed amount, and we know that we won't want to exceed it. If the council, whatever council feels more comfortable with, I don't believe 20,000 is probably. We may have to come back to council and go through this discussion again. So
It's
I don't
only for
think
work
that'd be
performed, right? You pay out only for work performed.
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay.
Elizabeth?
Basically like billing hours against
Correct.
whatever
Correct.
you need them to do. Well,
That's correct.
I think that we heard Carl say that Avenue P needs tweaking. That's an interesting term in engineering. But I think that in the experience that I've had with Freeze and Nichols, it's been very positive. They've done a lot of work with us on stormwater in particular, and I'd be happy to make the motion to approve. But I also think that there's a lot of truth in what you're saying about growing local, but I think that is probably better served from a qualifications perspective on another project, and I would like to see us do that, because I think we're happy to have professionals start businesses here, and we want them to be successful, but for this project in particular, I think we're looking for some expertise to help us in kind of a jam.
That's true.
So I'd be happy to make the motion to approve.
And I'll second.
Charlotte?
As a rule, I probably squeal almost as loud as Mr. Morrison on paying out fees and stuff, but I did ask the question at the last meeting, of which it was answered that this is the salary that's already in our budget that we would be paying this person if we had them on staff.
Yes, ma'am.
In the last few months, like I have said repeatedly, I have read more material on water and have quickly come to realize that the expertise that we need is definitely in a stormwater, water type engineer. Gosh, I didn't know there was so many different kinds of engineers, and my brother's an engineer. But it is best that we have the expertise that we can call on to do the work. And if I may, without revealing too much information, we've had to pass up on $700,000-800,000 of grant money because we're short-staffed in engineering, and this would only help free you up for what we need to be. And will be the first one to admit Freeze Nichols information that I've read from early 90s on is the easiest for me to read, thank you, and understand. Now, I don't know if that's saying something bad for you or not, but I believe in hiring locally, but this is something that I don't want to have a new, fresh set of eyes, someone who's not familiar with our area and our drainage areas and where various tributaries dump into. And from what I've been reading, Freeze Nichols is very familiar with our area, and I think we would be best served by doing this. So that's why I second her motion.
Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councilmember Farmer touched on it, and if it's not clear, we had a stormwater engineer who quit and moved on to what we assume he felt was a better opportunity. We're hoping this is a temporary situation. The key is that the market is very competitive right now for engineers.
Just a question of clarification. This stormwater engineer that we had in-house, did he go to work for Freeze Nichols?
No.
Did he go to work for a local company?
Went to work for another city.
No,
Went to
he
work for
didn't.
another city.
No, he didn't. Who did he go to work for?
Kerrville.
Blyle and Associates.
Who?
Blyle and Associates.
Who?
The local firm.
The local firm. So the in-house man that we had working for the city of San Angelo, that we entrusted all of this to, that was so familiar with it, quit the city of San Angelo and went to work for the local firm, which you say is not as qualified as the firm out of Fort Worth. Marty, did you have something to say, sir?
Are we trying to hire a new employee?
Yes.
Okay.
In process.
Can't afford it, though.
No, we can't afford it, just need to find the person to take a job.
I agree. I mean, the way that we had set up the criteria, the Freeze and Nichols were clearly more qualified.
Even though our own man that worked for the city of San Angelo, that was intimately associated with stormwater, quit and went to work for the local firm, we still had rather go to.
Can we
Do I have
vote?
any other comments from the council on this?
Mr. Mayor, I also would weigh in. I mean, when you look at a company's capacity, you got to look at all the individuals, and so notwithstanding the experience of one individual who seemingly would be qualified, we're talking about the company and their profile, their experience, their exposure to different projects of that type, and so not based on an individual, is based on the company as a whole.
But if this man were still in the employ of the city of San Angelo, he would be the one responsible for this, and we would not even be going out for proposals from Freeze Nichols.
And I would certainly hope that the good old boy theory wouldn't come into play, since he went to work for a local company and we took the local company just because he went to work for them. To me, that would be construed as the good old boy theory, and that would be very wrong.
Well, I want to call for a vote here. Go ahead, Daniel.
Mayor, I just want to express that staff, definitely we follow the Texas Government Code when it comes to our selection RFQ criteria. And that's what we have to go by. And that's what the staff did. I commend the staff for having done that. And we stand here before you asking for a vote on this issue. But again, I commend the staff for following the RFQ procedure and the Texas Government Code.
Rodney?
Can we say anything about them traveling down here in their travel time? That's the problem that I have, is no travel time. You bid it out on the items that you're doing. The firm that's here in town has said that they'll do that. They don't have travel time.
I really anticipate very little travel time with this project. It's with the electronics that we're using now with phones and
Okay, then that would be
computers.
easy. Just say we won't pay any fees for them.
Until we get to the project specific, it's kind of hard to say that because I really don't know exactly what it is.
Mr. Banks.
I knew you wouldn't let me stay in the audience forever. The request for qualifications is just for that. It's just for the qualifications. You're actually prohibited by law to ask for the pricing at that point. That's part of your contract negotiations, which would include your travel time, your billable hours, and those things that you've already addressed. Excuse me. So first you get the qualifications, then you negotiate the prices. If those negotiations fail, as Carl's already said, then you could cease negotiations and go with the next guy. So that's by law. We were actually prohibited for asking for any kind of pricing in the RFQ process. We're mandated to pick the most qualified firms for the city of San Angelo, and then you move from there.
And that's what staff has done.
Any further comment? Elizabeth?
Roger, could we cap a percentage of whatever is eventually negotiated on travel or reimbursables like that?
You could, your contract, you can.
Would that be okay? I'd be happy to amend the motion to put a cap on travel.
Yeah, it's better, but I'm not.
What is that cap?
5%?
Sure, I mean, I'll amend my second to your motion, but to me, it's a moot point. You can put billed services, and whether it says travel or not on there, it's just up to the person billing.
The only time they're coming is when they're asked by this
Right.
staff to come, when they're needed here by this staff.
Rest of it's electronic.
Alan's got more to do than to run up and down the road.
Do I have any further comment from council? If not, I'll open it up to the public. Public comment. State your name. You've got 3 to 5, my friend.
Good afternoon. My name is Darren Fentress. I'm the Regional Office Manager for Blythe and Associates. Appreciate you letting me speak this afternoon. I understand we're not a very well-known engineering firm. We're a small to medium-sized firm based out of Conroe. We compete all the time with Friese and Nichols, Jones and Carters, the Corollos. We're just not as well-known as they are, nor as large. But we are very familiar with stormwater, being raised, if you will, in the engineering business. In the Houston metro area, we deal with stormwater on a daily basis. I was born, or not born, but I was raised here in San Angelo. I've seen the streets flood, flooded out many cars as a teenager. So I'm very familiar with the storm system in San Angelo. Matter of fact, I've been checking on the lakes almost daily myself. I love to fish. So saw Twin Buttes rise, goodness, a lot over the last few weeks, or last couple of weeks. We did hire Tim Wolf, who was the previous city stormwater engineer. He's been a great asset to us, and that's no secret to anyone. But as a company, we do our main business are municipalities. We service municipal utility districts in and around Conroe. We are the city engineer for the city of Willis. We're the city engineer for the city of Panorama Village. We are the district engineers for MUD 4, MUD 9, and a couple of others around Lake Conroe. So we're very familiar with how municipalities work, very familiar with grants, and I'm very sorry. I hate to hear that the city lost that much money in a stormwater grant. Those are things we can help you with.
I didn't say stormwater grants.
Oh, I apologize.
No.
I misunderstood. I thought because we didn't have a stormwater engineer, we lost some grants. Okay, I apologize. But we're very familiar with how the process works. We're very familiar with stormwater. We design water plants, sewer plants, as well as all the infrastructure. We also do deal with developers, residential and commercial developers, but we feel like we do a very good job at keeping the city codes in mind and adhering to what the city wants, as well as incorporating what our developers would like to see in their developments. So we are here. We're here to stay. This is my hometown. My company actually wanted me to go to Lubbock, and I fought tooth and nail to come to San Angelo. So I look forward to hopefully doing business with you all in the future. And again, I appreciate you letting me speak today.
And where did you say you were headquartered?
We're headquartered in Conroe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come ahead, sir.
My name is Alan Greer. I'm Vice President with Friese and Nichols, and I would just like to come up and say Friese and Nichols has been very blessed to work with San Angelo since 1910, and we've done a lot of work. We like to work with municipalities. We like to provide value-added services to help you meet your municipal challenges. On this job, I will be personally involved. I am a vice president and over our stormwater practice. I wrote all the documents that you use right now for stormwater, as well as your master plan, as well as a lot of the hydraulics that have been done. My staff, either in Midland or Lubbock, will work with me, and I have specialized service in Fort Worth. This contract can require all types of services, whether it's computer modeling, design, specs, ordinances. I can just pull the people that are needed to just do that assignment. I don't have to have specialized expertise. I've got that in all of my locations. So we would just like to be considered for the contract. I know we work in lots of cities. We're in 13 cities across the state, and we've got 550 people in Texas. So we feel like I'm out here on a regular basis. I'm leaving here to go to a council meeting in Big Springs. So I'm here on a regular basis. I am in West Texas. So with that, we'd appreciate your consideration for this contract.
Thank you, Alan. Any further comment from the public? I'm going to call for the vote. I believe the motion was that we would accept the RFQ, the request for qualifications as written, not to exceed $100,000 with a 5% cap for mileage. Was that, am I correct?
For travel.
Travel. Is that your second, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hold up your hand. All opposed? Put it on the next council meeting, and we'll have Johnny help us decide this. 3-3 tie. Number 27, consideration for selecting Mid-Tex of Midland for the Fire Training Center, FDO 114, Construction Manager at Risk Services, authorizing staff to negotiate, authorizing the city manager to execute said contract. Brother Knapp, you are on, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm a little stopped up, so forgive me. This is an RFP, so we got proposals. We weren't looking at necessarily the qualifications as our main measuring stick here. But so this is a construction manager at risk for the fire training center. It allows us to bring the contractor online in the design process of the project, and they can help us focus on the budget and keep the building within budget as we move forward. And so this first phase is their pre-construction phase. We're only asking for approval really of $5,000 worth of their expenses that was in their proposal. And at the end of that, they'll come back to us and give us a guaranteed maximum price that we feel we won't do that until we know it's within our budget and we're all comfortable with it. So we put this out for bid or proposals. We had 5 proposers, 1 local and the 4 out of town around the state. All very qualified and a lot of experience in CMAR and fire training centers and fire stations. Upon evaluation, looking at what their fees were for pre-construction, fees for CMAR fee, what their markup would be, and their experience, as a committee, we had a 4-person committee, and we evaluated it, and it came out. Mid-Tex was the highest ranking at 378 points. Stoddard Construction was second at 374. Lee Lewis was next at 361. Templeton at 340, and then WB Kibler at 258.
David, would you also cover the fees associated proposed, because that was a large component of the decision? So the CMAR fee is basically their general markup on what the cost of work will be. So for example, Mid-Tex, their markup was 1.88%. Lee Lewis was 4.5%. Templeton was 4%. I believe Kibler was at 3%, and Stoddard was at 1.75%. But when you take that number, which is that's the big number that'll impact our final construction cost, with their general conditions, which is their expenses during the construction of the project, their job trailer, their staffing, their superintendent, everything they need to operate that project. Balance all that out. Mid-Tex became kind of the clear, most cost-effective for us to go with on this project. Obviously, they're out of Midland, but they do have, the superintendents are local, they live here in town. They've done a lot of work with the school district and got nothing but glowing reviews from those people. And I feel like, they have the experience with the CMAR that I think we can benefit from.
So what do you need from us
Just
today, David?
approval to be able to negotiate the final contract with Mid-Tex and get this thing going.
Now, have you got dollar figures from all of these companies?
Yes,
so
sir.
that you know what they're
Oh,
trying?
yes. Yeah, we.
And how does Mid-Tex come in line with all of that?
They were one of the lowest in their percentage fee. They were,
Given the total combined, if you combine all that stuff together, Midtex was the best.
I didn't bring that, I was just going to read
Yeah, if you
the
ranked
scoring
them,
number. but-
Midtex was the cheapest. The other thing we also considered was construction time. One of some of the firms were a longer construction period of time. Midtex was one of the shortest ones.
Right. I think
Or
they had
was
it
tied with the shortage.
Right, 8 months construction time, whereas one vendor was 12 months. Well, the general conditions over 8 months versus 12 months, you're paying a lot more just in the general conditions. So, with the time of construction, their fee and,
Length of job matters quite a bit.
yeah.
We had one San Angelo contractor.
That's correct.
What was the difference between Midtex and the local? Was it?
Price-wise, it was pretty significant. The scoring came out, they were about 30 points behind, I guess, 38 points.
But the pricing was significant?
It was not close enough. I mean,
It was significant.
pricing was the more the defining point or between all of them, and they were far enough above. I think maybe it might have been 100,000.
It was a lot.
And also
Close
the
to
time,
it.
the length of
Yeah.
the
Length
length
was
of
long,
job
too.
was okay.
Yes.
Any questions from council? I need a motion.
Motion
I'm sorry, go ahead.
to move to approve is submitted.
I'll second it. I'm not in support of going outside San Angelo, but we've got to do what's best for the taxpayers.
Right.
Well, that's why I asked the questions. I
Right.
mean, if it's a significant amount and the length of time that it takes to do the job, then these are things we have to consider. Do I have a motion to accept as presented? Any further comment from council? Do I have anything from the public? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Put a 6-0 on that one, please, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Knapp. First public hearing, this is number 28. Consideration of introducing an ordinance amending established boundaries of single-member District 6. Ordinance of the City Council of San Angelo, Texas, amending and establishing the boundaries of single-member District Number 6 for the purpose of incorporating a newly annexed area into said district, authorizing and directing any other necessary action, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Ms. Ramirez, Ms. McCurley, who's going to handle this one?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put Ms. McCurley's name on it. This is mainly to update the city's map because due to the annexation that was done back in March. We're just updating the boundaries for single-member District 6.
That's yours. You want to?
I'm 5.
6.
It's Charlotte.
These
It's
seating
Charlotte.
arrangements confuse me.
My district, and I think I have 10 more cactus and probably about 20 more mesquite trees than you now.
Okay, you're gonna
I'll
move to approve?
Move to approve.
Anybody want a second?
Second.
Okay, motion from Charlotte. I've got Marty as a second. Any further council comment? Public? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Put a 6-0 on that one. Number 29, this is where we get Vonna McCurley. Consideration of adopting a resolution in support of the application of the County Commissioners of Tom Green County made to the Texas Secretary of State for participation in a pilot program to eliminate county election precinct polling places and to establish countywide polling places that would include the general election to be held jointly with the county on the uniform election date in November 2014. Mrs. Ramirez and Ms. McCurley.
Thank you for considering this. I know you've had a long day, and I appreciate being one of the ending things. We've had a busy day. If you have not heard about vote centers, this is a concept that we're going to consider tonight in a public hearing. The hearing will be conducted in the Commissioner's courtroom at 6:30. We do invite anyone and everyone to come and give their feedback about vote centers. Vote centers will change the dynamics on Election Day if we're able to implement them. It's a step-by-step process. We'll have the public hearing tonight. Depending on what the commissioners hear, they'll decide whether they want to apply to be able to implement vote centers or not. If they do decide to apply, then we have to prepare a packet, and part of that packet includes letters of support from businesses and entities that we contract with and so forth. So I appreciate Alicia getting this together for us to see if we can take it forward. Once we make that decision, and if we do apply, then it goes to Secretary of State. There's only 6 spots open statewide for our population. And we do know of at least 4 other counties that are considering implementing them in November. So support letters from entities that contract with us would probably help us move a lot further in what we do. Vote centers allow voters to go to any one of the proposed 18 locations. We could go down to 17, but the committee that I formed chose to go to 18. We currently have 26 polling places, and those 26 are located in the neighborhoods where the voters are registered. So currently, they have to go where they're registered. In the vote center environment, any of the 18 sites that are open, a voter can go vote on election day. And so we're hoping that convenience and consistency will be a plus side. The downside is that we can no longer offer paper ballots on election day if we implement this. Knowing that Tom Green County prefers to have paper ballots in a lot of cases, we're going to offer those in early voting. You have 12 days of early voting where you can use paper, or you have election day where you can use totally electronic equipment, but go to any location that you'd like to go. So that's a down and dirty lesson on vote centers, and I'll take any questions you have.
Would they still be able to go to the county election office on election day and use paper?
They cannot go to anywhere on election day.
No paper
Correct.
on election day?
On election day,
Paper
that's
early
correct.
only, early voting only?
That's correct.
Okay. Questions, council? I think it is as well.
Mayor?
Somebody,
I move we adopt the resolution in support.
Second.
got a motion, I've got a second, and I plan on being at the meeting tonight.
Very good,
I want
thank
to hear
you.
what the county commissioners say.
Good.
Further comment from council? Do I have public comment on this item? Yes, sir.
What do we anticipate financial impact to be to the participating agencies?
It's kind of, I met with Alicia and with the cities, and at this time, I currently have a contract with you guys to continue, which is 8 polling places in the city, and 2 in Very Best and Wall, or 1 in Very Best and 1 in Wall. It's unclear as to whether you guys will be able to join into this, and if you are, it'll probably be a case by case. While I'm striving to have consistency for our voters, and our meeting, Mr. Hollick made a very good point, which I appreciate. He said, I get all set to hold with the city, I get all set to hold with Very Best, and then everybody cancels their election and I'm the only one. Does it make sense to have 18 locations open when I only have a few voters that are affected? So it's going to be kind of a lesson as we go to see how everything goes. But at this time, I don't anticipate your costs changing any, because as it stands right now, we'll continue with what we're doing.
This is only for the November. This is only for the November election, and if they choose to put something in for May, then we'll come back and ask for this on the May election.
Actually, I haven't had a chance to update you, but if we're deemed successful in November, we can continue using them for all elections from there forward.
Okay.
So, it'd be something we'd have to renegotiate when we get ready for May, but she's correct. It is only for the November election at this time. And then it'll go to Secretary of State, and they'll have to deem whether we've implemented it successfully or not to be able to continue using them. As it stands right now, you're not going to see any cost changes, because we will have to renegotiate what we're doing with you.
Any further comment from the public? Call for the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vanna. Follow-up and administrative issues. Number 30, consideration of and possible action on matters discussed in executive closed session if needed. And I know of nothing that we discussed in executive that needs any further discussion. Am I right on this one, council? Everybody happy? Okay,
Yes.
so there is nothing from executive that we discussed that we need to bring forward at this time. Number 31, announcements, consideration of future agenda items. I'll start with you. Rodney, do you have anything, sir?
Not at this time.
Marty?
Not at this time.
Charlotte?
Yes.
Okay.
I need to know if we are a regional district for the Texas Water Board, the Rainy Day Fund.
Okay.
And where we are on our application that is due, I think in 1st of September with the state. Just what our water conservation plan is. We've got to have an application in by that day in order to apply for state funds from the Rainy Day Fund. And I'll need to check and see where we are on that status, because we're running out of time.
Okay.
Okay?
Anything else, ma'am?
No.
Don?
I'd like to look at our park situation after what we talked about this morning, see if there's any parks that are used very little or practically not at all. See about getting rid of those, and maybe that'd free up some monies for helping the ones that we have presently.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Grindstaff?
Just a couple of things. Probably I receive the most calls or the most contact on issues relating to inspection services. Daniel, I'd like to meet with you on that and any staff that you feel appropriate. Those are my overwhelming contacts. Also, I think that, and I'm not sure if we've done this recently, a joint meeting of the Council and the Development Corporation. Has that occurred recently?
It's been some time.
It's been a while, so.
Could I get some information on the minutes from that? Again, I have concerns over the word's not consistency, but moving toward the same ends between these boards, and I don't want anybody to be wasting their time. It just seems like there's, again, a bit of a disconnect that I would like to see addressed, but I would see minutes first before I would ask for anything to be done on that. Other than that, everything I have, I'm sure will come out at the retreat, which I'm looking forward to.
Good, very good.
And we'll go to item number 32.
Dave, hold on, Dwayne.
I'm sorry, Rodney.
I'm sorry. I just saw an email from the police department, and they were asking, need to check on what the status is on moving forward on the boathouse.
Yes, we will
They
report
said
on that. We are
that-
working on it, as you can tell by the email, and we are engaged in, we're making progress.
We are?
Yes, we are.
Okay. The email says it's stalled. I
Well,
just want to make sure that we move forward. and
There
if-
were questions, and I think Roger Banks had just been asked pertaining to Jeff Vance's email
Yeah.
and he gave 6 different things,
Yes.
and he delegated 6 different things for folks to answer. So I would call that.
Can I be included on the answers to those 6 different questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just for the public to know, we are spraying mosquitoes. Okay, I've had several calls about that.
Yeah.
We are spraying mosquitoes. Consideration of setting and conducting a retreat work session meeting on Tuesday, June 10, 2014. Do we need a motion on that?
No, not necessarily. It's just, again, I just want to thank the council for your patience. We've worked with several dates. Couldn't get everybody all at the same time, but we finally managed to get June 10th, and I want to thank all of you. We're looking forward to it. The retreat will be from 9 in the morning to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. That'll be held at Fort Chadburn. Okay. Thank you all again.
Require motion for that, and we will advise, of course, that the meeting will be posted in compliance with the open meetings.
As
Very
an
good.
open meeting. Okay, I need a motion then?
So moved.
Anybody want a second?
Second.
I do have a motion, I do have a second. Any comments? Public comments? We will then have a retreat work session meeting on Tuesday, June 10th, 2014. This will be conducted at Fort Chadburn.
Is there air conditioning?
There
Yes,
is
there
air
is.
conditioning, and it's, they're at the fort just, it's about 52 miles from here. I think it's about 12 miles on the other side of Bront on Highway 277. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? I'm waiting now for someone on item number 33.
Move we adjourn.
Second. All in favor? This meeting is over. It is 3:14.